solution that is coming out in the world. Technology is changing the way you are experiencing the world and the way the world is experiencing you. It has become available. 3D printing is revolutionizing the way you can manufacture, design, develop, conceptualize, and manufacture products right in front of your eyes. Now, that's a great advantage for the MSME industry, for example. How do we ensure that the MSME industry leverages the power of technology in order for it to grow? The Kirana stores, the small maker of various products, instead of having to run a large manufacturing plant. Robotics is changing the way manufacturing is, and automation is going to be happening. And you have a number of other changes that are going on. So finally, the pillar of socio-economic growth. The pillar of socio-economic growth implies that not only should we focus on the economy of the nation, but we have to focus on social innovation. And remember, when you do social innovation, you economically progress automatically. There is no social innovator who will not be backed for his or her idea with the required funds by the venture capital, by social capital, and so on. Example, an outstanding example of this is the Khan Academy, which was created by a person who wanted to teach his niece about mathematics and use the YouTube and sessions like that, and look at where he is now. Every company across the world is wanting to support him. So social innovation is key as much as economic growth is key. Now, with all of this, we can create the Atmanirbhar Bharat of our dreams. So this is the time for every one of you to think of becoming an innovator, to think of becoming a startup, because that is what this country needs, that is what it is capable of doing, and that is what will lead India to a period, an irreversible period of progress economically, socially, and from the point of view of growth of society and of the world. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share a few thoughts on this occasion, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. In fact, our next panel is all about future of learning and online education. Sir, I have a question here from, this is from Shyam Prasad. He's asking, sir, I run a small startup of educational kits and I'm trying to get empaneled in Atal Tinkering Labs. How can I do it, sir?
So there is you have to register yourself on GEM, the government e-marketplace. It is, if you just look at the website, you'll be able to find out. And you have to register yourself, register your product. You look at the Atal Innovation Mission website on what are the products that you should be, you would be able to provide to the Atal Tinkering Labs. There are different packs that are there, and there are certain conditions about the pricing upper range of that. So once you do that, all the schools who get Atal Tinkering Labs can buy only through GEM, so that we are ensuring a fair marketplace for everyone to be able to offer their products and their offerings.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you for making time for this. And we'll send you more questions as it comes. And thank you for making time, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. And all the very best for the event.
Thank you, sir. Moving to our next panel, if Startup Summit team can move our panelists to from attendance list to panelist, that will be great. We have Anil, Giri, Mekin, Prateek on our panel. Can we have a panelist on the screen? Yes. So this is a very, very exciting session, because this is what everybody has been talking about: future of learning, online school, online education. Will this be entire going digital? This is I would request all the panelists to switch on their videos. This entire thing is getting streamed on our media partner Business World, on Zynga TV, and several of other streaming platforms. So things which you are saying possibly will have a lot of profound effect, because everybody is talking about online education. In fact, we have started getting some questions right from day one about online education. Welcome, Mekin, welcome, Giri, welcome, Prateek, welcome everybody onto the show. All right. First of all, I'd like to ask all of you, how's this 120 days been, especially all of you been in EdTech. But before that, it'll be lovely if you can talk about your introduction in your style to one-liner to all our viewers. Maybe we can start with Mekin. Yes.
I am Mekin. I think of myself as a learner.
Right. And Mekin runs udyam.org, works with a lot of government schools, have been doing lovely work into Delhi government. We'll hear more from Mekin. Anil, Pratik, Giri, your introduction, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Anil. I run a startup by the name Adda 24/7, and we are into government job test prep, and we help aspirants prepare for various exams, mostly related to governments.
Thank you, Anil. Welcome. Giri.
I'm a quiz master by profession, so I get paid for asking questions.
That's nice. Pratik.
I run something called Digital Define. We are an e-learning aggregator that serves people across the world. So yeah, that's about it.
Great. It has been these 120 days for all of you.
It's been unnerving on a personal level. It's been crazy on a professional level. And silently, everybody is just hoping for it to get over.
Well, I've heard from EdTech founders, they don't want COVID to get over, and I'm one of them. On the business side of it, Anil, how's 120 days for Adda 247?
That's a bad thing, right? I mean, we may be making some money out of a crisis.
So this is off the record.
Over, right?
Right.
Yes,
So yes, especially for EdTech, these have been exciting times, and I will say last 120 days have been really hectic for us in terms of evolving ourselves up to the new ecosystem, new environment, new learning needs of our learners. At the same time, there are huge opportunities, new opportunities which we never imagined earlier. The quantum of opportunities is huge. So I will say there are two things. One is on the responsibility side, where we feel that this is a new ecosystem. Earlier, online education was in most of the cases treated as secondary medium of preparation or any kind of learning. But post-COVID, of course, online has become the primary medium of preparation. And accordingly, there is huge responsibility on entrepreneurs to live up to that expectation. And that has kept us busy all through these 120 days.
Giri.
I honestly think this is the best enforced unlearning program the world has had. We didn't ask for it. We just had to embrace it. And if you really look at it from a positive sense, it has accelerated several things purely as a compulsion. We may not have adopted it. So I really look at it as a very big positive.
Mekin, what do you have to say?
Yeah, mixed. I think agree with Giri, massive learnings, right? Massive learning opportunity in the last 120 days, the kind of experimentation that has happened, the kind of new, you can call it customer segment development, you can call it product development. So there's been a lot of growth in large number of areas in terms of how to think about learning. But it's also been a period where the level of exclusion has become very, very, I would say, we've come face to face with the reality of not more than 15% of students in government schools can today get online, right? And we've been running programs with Delhi government around this. So for that, we are fairly distant from a place where India could be completely learning online. It works very well for the top 100 million. And I think for that segment, this has been, it's a great opportunity. It's a great accelerator to reinvent themselves, to create ways in which they could reach out to students.
Sure. I'll be getting back to you on that comment you made about that 15% of India can only, a student studying in government school can study. We have another panelist who joined us, Bala Murugan from Govi. Yes, we went about, you have not missed really a lot. We went about your one-liner introduction in your own style, and how's these 120 days been for you? You're muted.
No, I was. Is it fine now? Can you
Yes.
hear me, right? Okay, thanks. Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for, allowing me to join. Actually, I was waiting in the Google Meet link.
Oh.
So thinking that that is where the session is.
Okay.
That's why I thought of it. Okay. I'm Bala. I'm the co-founder of Gooey. We help people to learn technology courses in vernacular languages. Okay. So people can learn information technology content in vernacular languages. We are incubated by IIT Madras and IIM Ahmedabad. So we have close to 4.5 lakh users learning through the platform. And we help them in the final recruitment as well. So they can learn, practice in the platform and get hired with the right companies. So that's what Gooey does. In terms of the last 120 days, it's been like a crazy roller coaster ride because the expectation and the reality was pretty different in terms of the user journey and even the user consumption of the content. So that is where the changes are. But it's been like a pretty good one in terms of the adoption of the way the users use online. For example, earlier we used to be a B2B platform where we work with close to 1,000+ colleges for the content part for the upskilling. Now the entire transformation has been to B2C. So users directly come and pay for the courses, take the content online. So no hustling from there, and they are happy to have this in this model. So the company has entirely transformed into a B2C organization in the last
120 days. Fantastic. So in fact, this is a question which I keep thinking and I keep pondering myself, and this is a question to all of you. Can I say COVID-19 has become that demonetizing moment for EdTech? Will that be right to say? And Megan, you're smiling on this question. And there's a whole lot of discussion keeps happening around this on Twitter. What do you have to say? Is this really a demonetization moment? What it was for fintech companies, for EdTech companies?
I think it's definitely an accelerator. It's forced acceleration in many new dimensions. I also think that in some areas, we've been somewhat ready, right? But if you were to ask me, and this is me as a technologist and now an educationist, that are we ready for learning to shift completely online? I think for specific niches, so for example, like grade 9 onwards, where most of the learning is knowledge centric, right? It's about somehow gathering facts and being prepared for exams. I believe online can do much better than offline models. But at the same time, that age is such that you're going through puberty, you're going through adolescence, like lack of social contact during that time frame. Like what kind of human beings would we have at the age of 25 from there is an unknown. And I think some of that we'll learn. There are age groups for which, like right now, I haven't yet found technology that inspires. Right, that can teach a child because it's inspiring, like a teacher can. A lot of the educational, the ed tech space is right now filled with content plays, which are basically taking the existing content, trying to make it audiovisual and make it slightly more interactive. Learning outcomes of those are yet to be established. Right. I haven't yet seen randomized control trials from Byju's, from Khan Academy, from Vedantu to establish that learning is now happening better in this model than learning was in the school. So I still think that we are a long distance away from being able to claim victory, that we've arrived at new models. But like with demonetization, it's a journey. It's not like we turned overnight into a digital currency, right? But this has definitely been a big boost. I hope the boost is actually larger for the entrepreneurs to be able to solve real problems. Education is generally a fear-driven market, and like it's very easy to feast on the fears of parents and create great businesses. I hope we can create more valuable businesses than just businesses based out of fear.
And I'll bring Anil into this because Mekin commented on the audio-visual content. And what do you think? Have you seen upsurge? Is this a demonetization moment for ADA 247?
Yes, so I will say yes, this is a demonetization moment in the sense that the event has completely disrupted the traditional ecosystem. In fact, traditional ecosystem is completely switched off as of now. There's no education happening in offline, which was the case earlier. So I will say pre-COVID, hardly 5% was the education which was online, 95% was offline. Now suddenly everything is forced to go online. And I will completely agree with Mekin that this, if we talk in terms of inspiring products, if we talk of inspiration coming from platforms and which is enabling the learning, so same is not happening as of now. But what I believe is that this has now opened up new dimensions for entrepreneurs and for technologies to come up with solutions faster and to fulfill those needs. So I believe that this is the time, or we can say that due to COVID, now entrepreneurs are forced into innovation, and because again opportunities have opened up immensely, which will also inspire entrepreneurs to build large businesses. So I believe that this moment will enable a lot of innovation, and in coming 1 to 2 years, you will see a lot of innovative products, inspiring products, which will eventually change the whole dimension. So as of now, in terms of learning or in terms of business, I think this has not changed much, but the event has actually triggered that point where a lot of innovation is going to happen, and a lot of new companies, new ideas, new models are going to come up in coming 1 to 2 years only.
And Prateek, what's your take on this? Because everybody's been talking about MOOC and everybody has just seen an upsurge in MOOCs. What's been?
Without a doubt, MOOCs have benefited a lot. Online learning has benefited a lot. And not just India, demonetization was a local phenomena. This is global in nature.
Well pointed.
One difference I see is that while demonetization may have only impacted or helped a few players, like maybe a Paytm or a Quick or a few wallets, the good part with this, the good part with this tragedy is that it has helped players across the industry. Everybody is getting a surge in numbers. Everybody is getting to learn a lot. My only doubt is that how long will this last is only something time will tell. What I also see happening is a lot of new players entering. So even the traditional, so at the end of the day, you're also competing with traditional schools and colleges who have started online lectures now.
Sure.
So fundamentally, it's helped a lot, but yeah, we need to wait and watch where this goes.
Sure. And Giri, what do you think?
Well, I think one of the assumptions everyone tends to be making is that the offline space has got disrupted. What one is not acknowledging perhaps in this moment of euphoria for online players is it's equally disrupting the online space. The online players are equally challenged today. The Byju's of the world tomorrow are going to be tremendously challenged when the teacher in the school is going to be equally digitally equipped. So your winning edge that she is ignorant of technology is no longer your cutting ace. So you're going to have a serious issue. But the moment of reality for people who are going to be successful is the people who are actually going to realize that what this is doing in reality globally is we're going to move from a teacher-led learning module, which is what the world has followed and we passed out, to a student-led learning module. That is really going to be the pivot. And I don't think any of the players are really ready for that, even the current online space players, because the whole thing is flipping. It's going to be demand-based learning. And I'm a classic example of someone who suffered on that for many years. I started as a quizmaster in a generation where I could have a set of questions and ask it in different cities. And I classically remember an occasion when I asked a question in Shillong. 3 days later, I asked the same question in Tokyo and a kid answered it. And I asked him, how did you know it? And he said, you asked day before yesterday in Shillong. That is what technology does to disrupt your model. So the lifespan of your content is almost going to be instantaneous. So you got to keep churning out content which is going to captivate those children. Otherwise, the kids are going to tell you, oh, this is the same thing that you did last year with my senior batch, because they've seen it online perhaps. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on the teaching community and those who are going to do it online.
That's a very, very new insight, very interesting and fresh perspective. Bala, what do you have to say? You're muted again, Bala.
Okay, I agree with what Mr. Giri said actually. So the renewal of the content, the time that needs to be, make it regenerative, right? So that is actually the companies pump in more effort to make sure that they stay relevant in this current context. And obviously, as Mr. Pratik said, it's like a global phenomenon. It's not demonetization or more of a local happenings, right? So this is more of a global happening. And you get an opportunity to actually compete against the global giants as well. Okay, so when we start when GUI is actually fighting now, so the content, the share of marketplace that we actually try to claim is also against Udemy and the Udacities. So it's no more a boundary that actually restricts us. It's actually making us to go global and compete against the leaders and giants.
So, in fact, at this point, there's a question from Chitra Naidu, and this question is directed to Anil and Mekin. She's asking that, sir, you said that technology is not inspiring, but you forgot that technology is leveling up because the quality teacher is not available at all the places, and inspiring teachers are very, very few. So, Mekin and Anil, what do you have to say to Chitra?
Right. So my perspective is that in most of the cases, what has been done is we have shifted offline to online. So like in offline, there is a teacher in a class and there is certain batch where there are certain number of students. So the teacher is teaching in a class. We eventually using technology shifted that online. So now somebody is teaching in a studio and then he is catering to huge number of students. That has been done in most of the cases. But I think this is not about it. Learning has multiple dimensions. Teaching in classroom was a traditional method where we had a lot of limitations. For example, class can be conducted at a certain time only in a certain environment. You can solve your doubts in that limited period only, right? So many things which are assumed in a traditional offline learning ecosystem, and in most of the cases we shifted that online. What I mean is that when we want to totally reimagine how it should be in online, given we have the power of technology and there are so many tools available, then it can take totally different dimension. It can be totally personalized, because one of the biggest advantages of technology is that technology platforms know a lot about you. They know where you are weak, they know where you are strong, they know what you can do in life, they know what you cannot do in life, and they can give very precise feedback for every learner at every step, which is not possible in offline. So in that sense, I really feel that this is the beginning, and that's why I say that a lot is going to happen over the 2 to 3 years, where people would love to come online and they will just enjoy it. They will just feel delighted about it. I don't think presently that is the case.
Sure. And Megan, what do you have to say to Chitra?
Yeah, I will add. I will first just rephrase the statement so it's clearly understood that the technology or the educational technology solutions currently available are far from being able to inspire students to be able to do stuff. Right now, there are many nuances to this. Let me bring some of them out. One is that for the motivated learner, there have been very few barriers in the world. Right, that they would find things even at a very, very early age. They would find ways of going about learning. Right? If you think about the number of libraries India has had and the kind of people who would visit those libraries or use libraries, it will tell you what percentage of our learners are motivated. If you look at people who finish their MOOCs, right, and we have people here, we can talk about them. We can talk about data from Udacity, Coursera, etc. The percentage of people who finish MOOCs that they sign up for is extremely small. These are the motivated learners. For them, like every new form of content of learning being available is a huge plus. And in some sense, it'll only deepen the learning divide, right? That the people who are interested will be able to, so for our gifted or motivated students, technology is a huge boon. They will learn a lot faster. I've seen that with my own kids over the last 120 odd days. Some of them have gotten addicted to Scratch, and so doing things which I had imagined will happen 5 years later, right? So, but because I don't have control, they have their own devices and they have discovered things and they are now driving a whole bunch of things. I think with technology, and Anil started talking about it, right? If you think about schools themselves, they are super uninspiring, right? Ask a child, do you want to be inside class or in the playground? And you know the answer, right? It is, so I will put it bluntly, excuse me for it. It's the hostage model of learning, right? It works because 40 kids have no option, right? They aren't given a single choice about anything in the system, right? They are forced to do everything. They don't get to choose what they will study, who will they learn from, what should be the length of a period, how many periods, how many grades, what gets assessed, right? All of that is determined by a system. Giri broached this, right? That with technology, we now have an opportunity to be demand-led, to be student-led. Let the student decide what they want to do, right? And I think that's a massive opportunity, because in our constrained environment, in a school, it was impossible to be student-led. Right? In a technology environment, it is now possible to be student-led. And there is a whole lot opens up as a result, right? Have we been able to create student-led, highly engaging platforms? I know very few, right? Some of them aren't even popular.
Could you name some?
Sure. So my daughter is addicted to Scratch, right? So now this is personalized taste. She's 11 years. My son loves this website called Mathigon. Right? It's adaptive in math. He's a 9-year-old. He's happy doing things around trigonometry without knowing that what he's doing is trigonometry. Right? So it's, instead of bucketing things into syllabus and subjects and oh, this is the only progression, finding pathways which are a lot more interesting for students to be able to enable learning, I think is a lot more relevant today. And there is fundamental opportunity to be able to disrupt, at least for the top, I would say 10 to 20 million Indian users, who are, some of them are rethinking school, some of them like homeschooling is becoming both fashionable and acceptable, and people are exploring hey, what could we do? So there are startups that are getting funded, at least in the Valley, around, hey, how could parents enable homeschooling, right? What's a kit for a parent, or what's a platform for parents to be able to do homeschooling? That will work for a very, very small percentage, right? If you go back to my earlier statement around the amount of exclusion, I still feel we are very far away from technology being able to solve for inclusion.
Sure. Now this brings in to, when you say hostage style of learning, right? That's a very, very interesting term, because I believe that it's just not the school. I mean, what surprises me is that during this 120 days, I've seen that parents have been paying to coaching centers for online learning for the same content which is available on YouTube. And I don't know what to say. Is it because they are not motivated learners? Is it because they don't know what direction to go? I don't understand why would somebody do something like that. And I mean, there's whole lot of platform, even a lot of content available on MOOC. If you'll see on Udemy, there are courses available which are available on internet for free, or a lot of content available for free. And I don't understand. And then maybe is that we are wired that somebody gives a prescription and we'll follow it because we are not confident enough? I'm not sure. Feel free to comment on this before I move to our next question.
I have a view. I think Mekin's being a little strong on the education system when he says, what he says. Let's acknowledge the fact that we are all products of that system. And that is the system that made who we are today. So it is not that that system is a failure system. The fear that I get when things like this happen, especially in countries like ours, is we probably have this enthusiasm to replace A with B. And I don't really think that is going to happen. We've really got to use this opportunity to see what was good about A and what's good about B, and how today probably the term that's absolutely fashionable is blended learning. But in reality, a nation like India needs a blend. I'm not talking about blended learning, but I'm talking of a blend. He suffices that beautifully by saying it's going to cater to, he's segmenting the market by saying a particular market in India, which I think Megan's absolutely correct about. He's very, very correct. But I just hope and pray that we don't look at it as a system trying to replace another system, especially from a parental point of view. When they suddenly start realizing that, oh yes, my child can learn everything at home. Please, let's not forget that you need social skills. One of the most important things that our schools bring to us is our social skills. And if that goes away from children, you're going to have isolated kids running all around. Then you've got headless chicken around this world. And one of the greatest reasons why India has done well in the world is because we actually have social skills. That's been our edge over and above what we bring to the table in terms of what we are trained to do. So I would believe it will help that way. Maybe Bala would be able to comment on that because they're doing work in regional languages and he'll completely probably empathize. I don't know, maybe he would want to comment on this from my take.
Bala, you're muted again. Sure.
I'll take care. Sure. The point is, right, say what McKinnon is saying with this point is, or the one which you said, right? So the same content, but with the institutions or with the other people, right? We are used to the way of learning with someone's presence or someone's guidance. Okay. So though we are getting into the online mode, right? We need someone to say whether they are learning it right or not, whether we are acknowledging it, whether the learning is acknowledged. I would rightly call it, I must just acknowledge. They need not teach actually. If you really see how learning is happening, they need not teach. They can be there. We ensure that to create the confidence in the person that there is someone to clarify my doubts if there is, if I have one, right? So that is all is needed for them to make them learn better. If that is what is needed for people to learn better and become better, right? Why not provide it? Let's give that. That is what they are used to do. Okay, even in the class, right? There are smart kids who can learn by themselves without, even when the teacher is just teaching over there, right? Even, at least in my classes, I have seen people who are totally independent on their own with the books without even listening to the teachers who are teaching them, right? The same happens in online. But here the point is, the people have, the students over there has the confidence that I can reach out to this guy if I have a doubt. Okay, that's all is needed. People just play the video or with the content, they can still make them learn, right? So this is kind of a blended learning only, okay, where human interaction is part of the learning process and the learning content is making him to go through a better learning process.
Sure. And I bring to my point on Gary and Megan somewhere pointed out that what to do with social skills. So my question I'm throwing to all the panelists is, do you see this trend continuing? This trend has definitely accelerated online learning due to COVID. And I definitely say it's great because if not the, because I see that awareness level has increased a lot. I don't have to explain it to my maid why her kids can learn online or how they can learn online. This pandemic have taught everybody this thing. So my question to all of you is, will this trend be staying around? What do you see? That's one. And follow up is, if this trend continues, what to do with social skills, life skills, and personality, which we have been so talking about, is so integral part of what we are. Yes. Anil, maybe you can start.
Yeah. So definitely what I believe is that future of education is digital. That's my firm belief. And one of the important aspects is that digital can help us reach the last mile and enable the quality education to the weakest section of the society. So, and that gives reach to entrepreneurs, which encourages them to create and build large businesses. Having said that, when we come to social, and it's not just social, there are so many things related to learning. For example, there is a thing called project-based learning, or you want to experiment, you want to feel the things, you want to work with the things. That is not going to happen online. And if we think of the future, then yes, it cannot be purely online. Everything cannot happen online. There have to be some components, some enablers, which are going to help build these kind of skills. Because learning has to be wholesome as Megan said, that we have to think of an ecosystem where people have choice, learners have choice, and they can choose whatever they want to learn. But there are skills which cannot be learned in online ecosystem, completely online ecosystem. So I believe that there has to be some kind of blended ecosystem, especially for school children, where there are some skills which may be related to social, which may be related to physical projects and physical things, which we need to do offline only. So the system, I think the future has to be some blend of offline, but mostly online.
Sure. So you say that we have yet not figured out what is that the way we can somebody do that life skill component through online learning. Fantastic. Maybe the next, Gary, if you can give your point of view, and Bala, and then continuing.
See, I think what we're trying to probably say is the openness to digital learning is definitely going to stay. That's the one clear shift that's happened because of COVID. Even from, for example, one of the good things COVID's done is perhaps 60% of Indian teachers have learned PowerPoint in the last 4 months. It's probably a factual statement, and it's good. It's a progress. But what we really need to understand is, while the world is moving towards 21st century skills and stuff like that, we really need to bring our classrooms back to our children. We need to use very important technology tools, like Anil's right, it's got to blend somewhere. Data analytics, for example. Just like the teacher now appreciates a PowerPoint which is adding value to her normal teaching, but data analytics can add a huge amount of teeth to the way she understands her children. So there are these things that people will pick out of learning modules. There are these things that people will pick out of digital modules. And there are these things, like Anil clearly says, you can't remove from a school. We're all talking in terms of only learning experiences. What happens to the playing experiences? Where will you get the football ground digitally? So at the end of the day,
some of the Giri made.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult in that sense. And the kid is going to turn around and tell all the 6 of us, to hell with your digital, give me my football ground. So, so we've got to look at it from the kid's point of view. And he's right, in school, that requirement of physicality is going to be more. But I think when we look at a higher education spectrum, it's going to change India far more digitally than the school education segment. That's my reading.
Sure. And Bala, what do you think? Will this trend be continuing? And if it continues, what to do with life skills, personality, social skills of students?
Yeah, I'll talk about the higher education space. In the higher education space, this is going to continue a lot, okay? But this alone will not be always suffice for someone to become a better engineer or the better career aspects, okay? So obviously the blend of both the online and offline is needed for someone to become a better engineer or better any career aspects, right? So this will be an enabler. As he pointed out, this is just a beginning of people adopting the online learning process. And this will continue in search of knowledge for them to go and look out for the best contents or the best way of learning. Okay, people are now not restricted by saying that I will just learn from my teachers, or I'll just learn with what something is being taught to me. They will go and explore, or they will go and try to find out what are the better contents available. So as educationists, our roles are to make sure that we stay relevant to what they search for. Okay, so that is what will be happening in the near future as well. And the learners will have an opportunity to have both the benefits of both online and also the offline. So it will be actually both a blended learning.
Sure. Prateek.
I'll actually answer this from a different perspective. We run a remote only company, right? Our employees are based out of different parts of the world.
I want to point out here, Prateek has been remote only even before COVID for several years. So this is important.
We saw it all going much beforehand. So the thing is, even as a mature professional with a remote only team, I feel like I need to socialize. I want to go and meet people over the weekend. I want to make new friends. If you were to tell me that my childhood, you will take away all the friends and fun and playground and music and masti from my childhood, I will say to hell with online education. I don't want this to stay. It better go away. So I think the reality is we are going from a 3-course meal to a 5 or a 7-course meal spread over a buffet. There will be school, there will be regular education, there will be digitization in schools, there will be online learning. And I think everybody will just stay. So, I mean, that's how I see it happening.
Sure, make it.
Yeah, I'll just phrase what Prateek said slightly differently. I think if we start thinking of digital and technology as another tool that's available to us, as our reference books, as our library, like an infinite library or a near infinite library, as a place to learn a little more. But internet does not allow us to do much, right? As in, programming is one space where you can do quite a bit. You can make presentations, you can do some art. But in terms of doing, the virtual world today is extremely limiting. You have to get off the computer, right? And that is, so my opinion is that you learn when you do, right?
Sure.
You might know a whole bunch of stuff, right? Knowing courage does not mean that you have courage, right? Or knowing swimming or the breaststroke does not mean that you can do the breaststroke. Your true knowledge or your true learning happens when you start doing. And that's something that's been deficient in our education system and our job interviews, which both continue to assess what you know versus what you can do.
Sure.
Right? So I feel that this area of starting to do starts becoming a lot more popular. Anil touched upon project-based learning, which is a great way of starting to do stuff. I would think that if we could redesign learning where learning is a byproduct of fun, right? That you are having fun. So most learning happens when you are playing, right? That, hey, whether it's a team sport, whether it's a solo sport, whether it's creation, when you are lost in flow in music or in art, and you're doing those because you want to, right? You're not doing those because there is a structure, there is an exam, there is not to say that, hey, those are unimportant, right? And it's a complex topic because we are talking about all of India, all of education. There are just so many nuances and segments. So on one part, I want the schools to reopen because the kids at least get those 6 hours in a slightly more open space. Our government schools are amongst the largest spaces that exist in the country, right? They have so much free ground and open ground that's available where they can play compared to like one-room homes that a large number of them live in, right? So
in fact, some of the parents have been saying that schools are turning out to be best babysitter now when we realize.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think schools as babysitters, or the people who can use babysitters as a phrase, is again the top 10 million.
Model, yeah. I think maybe we should tweak a conversation with both schools and colleges. That will really make it more holistic a discussion. So I understand everybody. In fact, what I drive out of this conversation is that this trend definitely is going to stay, because we definitely right now is not learning. We are actually, it's not learn from home right now. It's learn from pandemic era, right? And when we'll be having a learn from home, then we'll have flexibility of even going out, having some social life, having going to go to football grounds, go to a local club, kind of a thing. Right now, because of pandemic, we all are just inside our houses. So maybe the environment of learning, this is the vibe I'm getting from everybody. In fact, this was a very interesting comment made by Ayush Jaiswal in one of our initial session on remote learning, where he said, this is not work from home, this is work from pandemic. If we start doing work from home, things will be much different, because you can go out, hang out, even socialize in evening and meet people on the weekend, which you're not able to do right now, and you're feeling that heat. Right. So this brings me to the last leg of our panel discussion, and this is like most important part of this panel discussion, the inclusion part. We all are so bullish on digital learning. We all understand what are the personalization needed goes towards this, but what about accessibility, inclusion? In fact, if I'm not wrong, there was an interesting tweet which Sonu Sood did, that, there was this laborer who sold his cow to get the digital device for his son's learning. And then I think with the Delhi government also, we had a couple of these interactions happening. And this is the lower section, but even the middle class families also have started talking about 2 kids, 2 devices, 2 different rooms, which is not really possible in a setup. So what's your take? I strongly, and this is something I so dearly want to hear about it, this thing. How will we go about this inclusion and these challenges? Maybe looks like Giri has some interesting thoughts running. Yes.
No, I think initially there will be a hardware boom. There is bound to be a hardware boom because it's not that devices are not available. A tab today is available for 4,000-5,000 rupees. So there will be definitely a hardware traction. I would definitely believe that hardware would not just be in demand; it would also be an election.
4,000-5,000 is lots for a lot of family.
So I get that, but there will be. So was television when television came into existence. When we moved from a radio generation to a television, television was a barrier price, but people adapted to it. And today, if it is linked to education of their children, more cows will be sold for tabs. That is bound to happen. Trust me, the next free rice is going to be free laptop. So you can bank on me. Any political party is going to pick on that in the next election. You can expect a lot of that coming your way as an election campaign, which is good for education. I'm perfectly fine. I would advise every political party to give free laptops, no problems. It benefits the nation, it benefits us. My fear is the reverse. It's going to be a disruption which a lot of us are not perhaps looking to. A lot of countries are going to benefit when teachers in India are going to become digitally equipped. Tomorrow, a geography teacher from Nagpur could be teaching in Philippines, may not be in India. So there is going to be a resource crunch that schools can find when suddenly your teachers are going to be in global demand and they're going to be sitting where they are. And today it's only a privileged few that has been there. So we're going to have a lot of challenges that your post-pandemic, work from school, not work from home, is actually going to throw up. So that's my view.
So Giri is saying inclusion is not a problem because the cost is not so heavy. I'm sure
demand pulls you to it, inclusion will happen. It's the time frame to inclusion that one is looking at. 100% this will make far more of the world inclusive than we would have done it in a normal course of time. That's my point.
Sure. Yes, maybe Megan, yes.
Yeah, I think, my view is that it is going to take some time. I feel what we are not seeing is that we think that we can turn a switch and students can start learning digitally. I feel that is a misnomer. So my driver had the same challenge of having to get 2 laptops. We had a conversation. I started in the process of buying a laptop for him on Amazon or Flipkart. And I finally found one on Amazon that was cheaper. It was 23,000 rupees, right? The lowest quality laptop that I would recommend to him, right? Which I know that he is putting a lot of his, that's more than 1 month's salary for him, right, to put in a laptop. And then he told me that, Megan, I need 2 because the 2 of them. So I couldn't. But if you were to think about hardware right now, I think hardware needs disruption. There isn't educational hardware. There isn't good quality educational hardware in the ecosystem, right? Tabs are extremely inefficient. My kids have the option of tabs and laptops, and the tabs does not get used. It's a fancy high-end iPad. They both prefer their laptops. They're able to do so much more with their laptops that between a laptop and an iPad, there is no comparison. iPad's great for some gaming, etc., but these kids are able to do far more on laptop. We don't have educational hardware. There is an Indian company in Kerala which has created a 14,000 rupee laptop yet to come to market. Let's see how it scales. But I feel like 10,000 rupee laptops have to become real, right? And you have to do hopefully the market demand will make that happen, like Giri said. I think the inclusion is not just about the laptop though. And I hope that we can see not that, just like education was delegated to the school, then delegated to the tutor, now delegated to the laptop, right? I hope we start seeing education differently from something that can be completely outsourced. Like education cannot be outsourced like this, that, oh, give the child a laptop and my job is done. I think education requires a village, right? And I think till we as a country start believing in that and start acting like that, no, this is not just a menial task that gets delegated to tutors or schools or laptops. It is something that we all invest in. I feel these are all piecemeal solutions that don't get us very far. They won't really lead to good quality inclusion, because the environment in a child's house, when for most children, right, is not conducive to learning, is not conducive to growth. Right, you have broken families, you have families that can't afford basics, etc. So even if I have access to a device, right, what's happening to me as a person is very, very different. So I think there are far more nuances to inclusion than just the device.
Sure, and Anil, add on to this, if you can also add to the fact that the space, what Megan was touching, people might not have enough space around to go about it, and also the factor of discipline, going to a college or going to a school, it also brings about a discipline. So Anil, what's your take on that?
So if we talk of somebody who is out of school, or let's say who is in graduation or post-graduation, so I feel that digital has enabled a lot of inclusion. Even in my experience in last 10 years, what I've seen is, so let's say as of now, we have roughly 10 million users which come to our platform every month. And almost 70% of those users are in smaller places. They are in tier 2, tier 3 and villages. And when I try to understand what's happening is, so the biggest advantage these guys have, that they are able to get quality education, quality teacher and quality content in almost no price, or let's say price which is affordable to them. While in offline, it's not possible, or it was not possible to have that quality in their local place. But in online, it's quite possible, because you get that reach, and because of reach, you get economy of scales, and the same teacher can teach lakhs and millions of students. So I really feel in our segment, which is graduation and above, which is 18 years and above, there is a lot of inclusion happening, and it is happening very fast. So somebody who is sitting in Delhi as on today might be getting exactly same education which somebody in a village is able to get. Yes, I agree with Mackin and I agree with thoughts of Giri that this device or hardware is a constant as of now, but it will go away slowly. It is already going away slowly. Mobile devices are available pretty cheap, and 80-90% of the learning can happen on those mobile devices also. So it's not that, in my experience, especially in my segment, my experience is that you don't need too many or too costly hardware, or fancy hardware or fancy tab or laptop. Most of our audience, so in terms of numbers, 80% of our audience is learning through mobile only, and which is pretty cheap. So yes, it is happening, and it is happening at a large scale.
Sure. And Bala, what do you have to say on this?
Exactly. So what Anil recently said is the norms in the higher education sector. Okay, at least in the engineering graduates or the other graduations, right? Most of our traffic is driven from the mobile devices, and the company as a solutions, we are actually building solutions which are accessible in a better, which could be accessible in a better way through mobiles. Okay, making them write code in a mobile environment is something that we are actually have solved in a much better way, which will enable them to write code as well in mobile environments. So that is the norm. So I don't think this pandemic has led to a situation where people has to buy the devices or spend money on such. I mean, at least in the K-12 segment, it could have been the case where the tabs were not the usual norms of learning, or the laptops were not the usual norms of learning. But in higher education space, it is already in place. Okay, and it is just the timely utilization. Only that the challenge was the data earlier. When GUI was started in 2014, right? We deliver everywhere. I mean, from 2004, we deliver the content only online. But the challenge which we had was the access to the data. Students will not be able to top up, recharge, or get the internet access. But after Geo, things have changed, and people are now used to the fact. So, at least in the higher education space, there is no cost involved much in terms of the devices. Only the data are actually being used.
So Bala, I agree. At a higher education, people do have mobile phone at least with them as a device. So that's where inclusion might not be there. Prateek?
also just agree with everybody. And I also think there is a next level of challenge. Once everybody has this device and they can access online learning, we are currently just talking about them learning a school curriculum. It is a next challenge to get them to pay for an online course. So they are all up for free learning, YouTube, free videos. And I can tell you from our statistics, from our assessment in the past few months, most people presently are primarily looking for free courses before they'll go on to purchase.
Sure, definitely. In fact, interesting thing is that I have a question, Anil, for you from Ramya. She's asking, will we have government exams this year, sir?
Okay. So yes, government is trying to conduct exams, and practically it's very difficult to conduct exams in these times. So in most of the cases, although exams are online, but they are conducted in a physical location where we have these systems, and these students come and give these exams there. So because of COVID, government is trying to delay. In fact, all school exams and even university exams, all the exams have been delayed. Bigger exams like IIT, NEET, UPSC, all the exams have been delayed. So yes, government exams, government job exams are going to happen. In fact, government has come up with notifications in last 2 months, and 2 notifications have already come. But I believe that the exams will be conducted after these important exams are done. For example, IIT, UPSC, and even NEET. And these are the exams which are essential because people join IITs or engineering colleges post these exams. So yes, it's a bit difficult for government, but one of the important factor I consider is that because of COVID, there is a problem in terms of jobs in private sector. So what I understand is that eventually government should come up with a lot of vacancies, at least to fill up some space in terms of job hirings or requirements. So yes, they will come, but we have to wait for some time.
Sure. In fact, there's a comment from John Roy. He says parents should be given better digital literacy and how to help their kids with digital device. It's a comment being put up. Right. So I think we are almost we have neared the end of the panel. This was very enlightening. And in fact, I had a couple of my takeaways that definitely educational hardwares are limited and there's a lot of innovation required in that space. To all the entrepreneurs who are listening and looking out for startup idea, that's definitely one startup idea. And I definitely see with even the mobile devices with higher education or with school kids, there's a lot of distraction with all these OTT players around. There's so much of distraction on the internet. So definitely a separate educational hardware makes a lot of sense. So what's all your closing remark on this panel? So I'll be taking up one last closing remark to all of you, maybe to all the viewers listening to this panel. Maybe we can start from Giri. Your mic is unmuted.
Okay. In one line, I think, we are clearly as a global race moving from what was a digital divide to a digital unite. It's a very clear movement as a global race. How much, how soon, how far is going to be relative country after country, but very clearly moving in for a digital unite in the future. Digital is no longer a divide.
Sure, interesting. Anil.
Yeah, I believe this is the time to innovate, and for entrepreneurs, it's a big responsibility how they are able to create ecosystem which is far superior, far better than offline, and which inspires learners. I think big responsibility on us.
Sure. Prateek.
Whenever you learn, however you learn, just keep learning and keep growing. That's it.
Bala. You are again muted, Bala. No, you're muted. Maybe we can move to make it meanwhile. Last, Bala, you are unmuted. Yes.
I thought I unmuted and just speaking. Okay. See, the learning has already started over online and people are actually progressing on it. I'll ensure that to keep it in a structured way so that people are able to achieve their goals. Okay. So most of the time people hop between as people are saying, like free courses and free stuff. So it's also time to make sure that your time is spent on the right thing so that your goals are achieved. So don't hop, be structured. So stick on to something. And last, check out Gooby.in.
Sure.
Yeah, my hope is that this allows us to truly reimagine right what education is. I think the current form of education that exists offline is 200 years old, has not been rethought. There is huge opportunity to really be child centric and reimagine what learning could be. And I hope this shock helps a lot of people reimagine and take to a reasonable scale solutions that can be far more child-centric and far more connected to life.
Sure. In fact, that's fascinating. Couple of key takeaways for me. Stay positive. This is a very, very positive trend. Don't worry about inclusion. It will happen. It might take some time, but it will definitely happen. And this is again for positive. And in fact, on a funny note, a lot of students who have graduated without passing or they have moved to next class, they themselves are joking around that, hey, we have been graduated to next class. So always know it's not about the academic skills, it's about the life skills which you have to build. So be happy about it. And you have definitely two areas of innovation for all the entrepreneurs. One is educational device, and definitely second is on the areas of life skill, personality, and social skills, because none of us have really thought around this. Thank you for making this on Sunday. We'll be sharing you your videos, blogging links, and all the media coverages. And I hope people can reach out to you on your Twitter, LinkedIn profile if they have any questions to you.
Sure.
Thank you, everybody. And this calls us to move to our next panel and stay connected, definitely. Anil, Prateek, Bala, Mekin, Giri, thanks a ton.
Saurabhi, thanks a lot. Pleasure being here. Thank you.
Yes. To everybody who's seeing this on Business World, Zynga TV, StartupSummit.live, we are very, very excited. We are almost nearing towards the end. We have couple of very good lineups coming up forward. We have Ritesh Malik, Ashish Tulsian, Vivek Wadhwa, and a very fantastic panel on impact business model. I'm handing it over to panelists and to Pranav to moderate through your session, and keep pouring your questions. We will keep answering them.
Hi guys, it's amazing to have you all here. You can just switch on your cameras. I can see Sachit, I can see Danieli, I can see Abhishek, Neeraj, your camera is not on at the moment. Right. So, guys, first of all, welcome all. And it's been a very exciting third day of the Startup Summit Live. And it's been a lot of non-stop sessions starting from day 1, day 2, and day 3, right? This is the final panel of the day. And then we have a few firesides for the day. This panel is about how do we create impact and profitable business models, and again some general discussions around startups, and has the COVID made people focus more on profitability and question the need of business, the purpose of business, and what kind of models are people working on. Are people actually now thinking that, okay, if the humankind is going through this state of crisis, then is it that businesses should be more responsible? They should think of impact that their business is creating. So before I jump onto that, I would want each one of you to kind of introduce yourself, talk about things that you've been involved in, and as an entrepreneur, as a startup ecosystem support person, started as in starting from Sachit. Sachit, if you could just talk about yourselves, and then we'll move to Danieli, Abhishek, and Neeraj.
Sure. So, I'm the co-founder of Book My Charters. This is a platform that I co-founded about roughly about 4 years back. The aim here being, private jets and the whole charter business has been highly unorganized. And the idea was to somewhere organize that, bring in the required transparency. So we created a platform where we got almost 1/3 of the country's inventory on the platform, quoting in real time, where we were able to bring down, the charter booking process from the whole tedious 48-hour process down to 60 seconds, where you can literally get online, look at your aircrafts and, swipe your card and book. So that's, in short, that's about what we do.
Interesting. So, Danieli, if you could talk about how you've been supporting the ecosystem, and I see you've been doing a lot with the startups as such.
So thank you, first of all, for the invitation. I'm very honored to be part of the Startup Summit in India. I have some projects in India also. I don't know if you know my profile, but we actually help startups in Italy, in Spain, in other countries to start from scratch to the incorporation. And the other part of what we do, we build smart cities in India, also in Brazil and other countries that actually need to develop social housing smart cities. So from 20,000 to 30,000 people. And inside the smart city, we actually provide technology and a lot of services. So we invest in two main things. One is a software, so a new way to creating startups, allowing co-founders to reduce risk and financial exposures. And the other is build real physical smart cities where people can afford at a very low price a nice house with a lot of improvement.
Very, very interesting. We'll get back to you. So Neeraj, if you could talk about what you've been doing and things been coming along for you during these times.
Yeah, hi. I co-founded a startup called Immunify Me. We monitor vaccinations for children. This is the first, health intervention which happens right after the birth of a child, and it's a very, very important thing. However, there's a huge gap when it comes to immunization. So we tackle that challenge, of course, through technology. We monitor vaccinations for children, and we ensure that every child gets their, they go on and complete their vaccinations. They get the vaccinations on time. We work here very closely with the government. A lot of things we have been doing. We have been trying to replace the paper booklet now with a digitized form of, vaccination record keeping. We have been working, to also figure out the counterfeit vaccines which comes into the market. Not too much, but it is still there. There are counterfeit vaccines which comes in. So we have developed a technology where we kind of, identify them. So basically, yeah, we work in the vaccine and immunization field and try to create a positive impact on society and children.
Wow. And while some startups are struggling, I guess you raised your money well in advance before COVID, right? And things are sorted for you for now, at least, right?
Yeah, thankfully, Serum Institute of India, which is again the largest vaccine manufacturing company in the world, they took equity in Immunify Me. And we are equal, partners, and they have been very, very, encouraging when it comes to, they have given us a lot of favor in terms of using their manpower, using their network in the industry. So yeah.
Interesting. So coming to Abhishek, again is a very popular face in the Indian ecosystem. He's been running startup communities groups, as well as he's been a very good support to the ecosystem and the entrepreneurs here. So over to Abhishek and talk about Startups Delhi, talk about Upscale and Next Big Brand. You wear multiple hats, so maybe you can talk about different.
First of all, I'd like to thank Pranav, and Pranav introduced me well, but let me explain it to all the panelists here. So I started a community with the name of Startup Delhi. That's like a 60,000 member community based out of Delhi, from member across the world, mostly from the India. In 2017, I started EdTech business with the name of Upskill Education, where we try to bridge the gap between college student to a industry through skilling them in digital and Android training. Due to pandemic, our business is now moved to totally digitally. It's also a good thing happened during the pandemic to us. And last year, I started a brand-centric media with the name of Next Big Brand, where we try to encourage the next brands who are going to be the next big name in the industry. So that's a little bit brief about myself.
Very interesting. So Anuj, you Venture Catalyst is a very popular name in the field of people picking up investments, and you've been incubating so many of these ventures. I've been hearing interesting news about venture startups. So if you could just talk about your journey of helping startups around these times.
Yeah, thank you, Pranav. So co-founded Venture Catalyst 4.5 years back, January 2016, when we started from Mumbai. And today we are present in across 31 cities in India and 4 international geographies. Primarily, we are backing a lot of entrepreneurs, both non-tech as well as tech in very early stage. We've invested in 93 companies up till now in the last 4.5 years. Probably must have screened more than 15,000 startups to invest in these companies. And we are a network-backed platform. So today we manage almost 4,500 investor community, which is investing with us in startups in early stage in the India ecosystem. So during the lockdown and since COVID impact, we've invested in close to 12 odd companies in the last 4 months. And for us, the business has actually been very positive. The overall impact mindset of investors to look at different opportunities has been has improved rather during this lockdown. Thank you.
Interesting. So now that we are done with introductions, let me just put this question out to everybody. Do you think there's a change in mindset? Do you think startups have started focusing more on profitability and probably also thinking about impact that their business is having in the environment? Because I think because the pandemic has hit the entire world, I think people are also questioning the purpose of business. So I think again, starting with Daniele, if you could just give your viewpoint, because that viewpoint would be a more global viewpoint as compared to some of our other panelists from India. You're on mute. Yeah.
I think that you are right, because in every part of the world there is a rising feeling that the business is just a way to connect people each other and make our world better. So what we can see, not only from the United States, that actually they are the first to move on this direction thanks to big corporation, but also in other countries. Of course, we in Starboost have this kind of mindset in our term sheet of investments and also term sheet of creation of the company. And at the same time, so we have these things in Planet, Smart City, and in every kind of smart city we build, we try to be a bridge from innovation and the people that live in the smart city. Because the business to build houses or the business to build companies have not to finish with the profit. So I think that you get the very, very straight point. And I think that is a rising community of entrepreneur or maybe investor that before was an entrepreneurs that are connecting each other. And always these things will be probably a new era where actually our distance in languages, in cultures can be also be more closed, and this kind of difficulties related to coronavirus in some other part of you make us as entrepreneur that try to connect each other more, friendship more stronger, and also more happy to work together from another point of view.
I agree. I think these are testing times, and entrepreneurs are just getting together and probably trying to do what they do best, pivoting and helping each other and stuff like that. Sachit, your view on that? What do you think? And has your business been affected? Is there a growing need of you to focus more on profitability rather than looking at massive growth? Can both be handled at the same time? What do you think? Mute, Sachit.
So, the business was certainly impacted in the initial few months, because private jets were also not allowed passenger movements until the 25th of May. So, suddenly there was that 45-day period where we were all sitting at home saying, okay, what do we do next? Because, suddenly you have aircraft sitting on ground, and, customers are also not looking to fly. In fact, during that period, we pivoted even during that 45-day period. And, we realized that medical movements were allowed, and so were cargo movements. So within that 45-day period, the entire team pivoted, and we said, okay, let's focus on the air ambulance part of it. And, let's create sustainability. But since the 25th of May, things have been good for us. We've seen a huge surge in first-time flyers. These are people who are now prioritizing safety and convenience. They don't want to go to an airport. They don't want to spend, 2 hours with a large crowd, either at the airport or in the aircraft. So now, essentially, it is about, how do we create affordability? How do we reach out to the right audience? And, so we're creating various models like, where we're trying to optimize flights on both ways. We realized that there was a trend where most people only wanted a one-way flight. So we created our mechanisms where, okay, let me drop someone from Bombay to Delhi, and then also try and bring someone back from Delhi to Bombay and then optimize that cost.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we've gone online. We're not working from office as much. So there is a lot to learn, and there is a lot to evolve. But I think the focus is definitely on profitability now. We want to make money in every transaction, and we want to be sustainable on our own. It's not about getting growth capital from outside or any of that. Now it's about how do we create sustainability for us and then grow that in an organic manner. I think that's the current approach for us.
Right.
I have a question. I'm sorry. How is the growth? How do you see the demand growing from a metro city to a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 cities? How is that growing in aviation?
Significant. I think what is really helping for us in this industry currently is that there was, there were a lot of people who could afford this service, but they were conservative to use it. Because it was always considered to be a luxury service. Now it is used for its utility. Because now you arrive at the airport 30 minutes earlier. Now you are flying to a location at your own time. And with airlines, operating almost 30% of their routes, a lot of sectors are going unserviced. So I have seen that switch in the last couple of months where people are looking to use this service for its utility and not just its luxury. So tier 1, tier 2 markets have been significantly contributing, we're seeing a lot of first-time flyers coming out of there as well.
Right. So Neeraj, because your business is all about impact, right? What you're doing, I don't know even if you're focusing on profitability or it's of just impact. So if you could just talk about why you're kind of venturing, as in what's your opinion if people are thinking about impact these days? Yeah.
So, see, I believe in profitability, whereas I also believe in social impact. So I wanted to mix. So when me and our co-founders, we were talking about how do we create a business model like that? Because most of the things, especially in our, when you look at it, most of the work which is being done, it's basically done either by the government or by the NGOs. And there is probably we are the only players, like a for-profit players, even CARE or anybody else, UNICEF, whoever is Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and anybody else who is into immunization, they are all either a foundation or an NGO. So they don't look at the profitability. However, we were right from day one, while we were looking at the creating a sustainable business model, we looked at profitability, and we saw something as an opportunity in immunization. The first was the impact, because we are looking at impacting a child's health, and healthy child is the future of a healthy economy. That's something which is there. So we were looking at that. Then we realized that everybody, even in the, our startup is based out of Luxembourg, Daniel. So, we saw that even in the developed world, we were still using paper booklet as a method to keep the records of your vaccination, which is, such an important medical record, but we still use paper booklets. And once that paper booklet is lost, you're done. It's very, very difficult to get back your vaccination records. And vaccination records are something which is needed everywhere. Outside it is needed in your school, it is needed with your employment, everything. So we saw it as an opportunity. So what we did was, we started introducing a smart card instead of a paper booklet. It made our life easier, and we saw parents also inclined towards it, because the vaccination monitoring used to happen and the records were available to them 24/7. Even if they lose the card, it will still be with them. And we were charging very less. We were charging about $7 for the entire 15 years of your, vaccine records. So while we launched our services, we saw a huge demand. We were doing, before the COVID hit us, we were doing about 5,000, children. I mean, they were coming on onboarding the children, 5,000 to 6,000 children we were onboarding every day. But we saw right after the lockdown started, and we saw a huge decrease right now, because what we call as RI in our language, routine immunization, that has gone for a toss. In at least I can give you some examples, because we are working in about 7 countries now. But at least in India, our experience has been that from 5,000, April was almost zero. Nobody was actually going to have immunization. So immunization services were totally disrupted. All the healthcare workers, healthcare professionals, and the entire healthcare infrastructure was diverted towards COVID-19. So immunization, and parents were also very, they were scared to bring them to bring their small children to the hospitals, or expose them to that kind of environment. So even today, it is hardly 5 to 6 children are coming on board every week. From 5,000, 6,000 every day, it has come down. But I'm sure as every with this lockdown and COVID-19 effect, the digitization, people are understanding and realizing the importance of digitization. So that's happening. But yeah, for us, it was important that to make something which is impact social, whereas it is also, profitable for us. So we did that.
So Anuj, coming to you, because you've been interacting with so many startups, helping so many startups raise funds, and you mentioned you've gone through 15,000 pitch deck till date, and you've been doing that during the pandemic also. So has there been some change with respect to kind of ideas coming to you? And at least also from your side, has there been a shift with respect to what you value more? Are you kind of looking at ventures that can be more profitable soon, right?
So,
Every venture looks at profitability, but then are you kind of looking at ventures that can be profitable soon?
so see, first of all, the thought process when the lockdown started was how the portfolio company and the companies where we intend to invest focus was on sustainability first. And when I say sustainability, it is a combination of increasing revenues through various modes, reducing cost, and probably having some capital in the bank so that the companies can see over the time. At that point of time in March, no one knew how long this is going to continue. In fact, people were thinking maybe July, August, things will subside down. But today, it's anybody's guess that it's here to stay. So we all have to kind of focus that this is probably the new normal. When we are investing, typically we are giving capital to startups for 18 to 24 months. And probably the next 12 months to 18 months, this situation is going to remain. That's the idea. First focus has been on sustainability. In early stage companies, you are always taking a bet that if the opportunity is good, you want the startup to focus on unit economics. This was even pre-COVID, the focus was always there. So focus is on unit economics. I would not say focus is on completely on the bottom line profitability as such. The thought process of startups which have come during the lockdown and which we have invested, primarily the ideas have gone more towards content, towards education tech, towards gaming, towards healthcare, where we see that there is a longevity of at least 5 to 7 years in the opportunity. Um, uh, Pre-COVID or post-COVID, I don't see that there has been any change in our thought process when we are investing. Earlier also it was focusing on unit economics and asking the companies to focus on growth and create the market opportunity. Is the same at this point of time also.
Right. So
Yeah.
your view on this, because you're running this community Startups Delhi, you have been in touch with 60,000 members, and so many of them are doing different startups. So what's been your view while interacting with all these startups, and at least as in again for your own venture also, is there a more shift towards profitability? How do you balance profitability and growth? Is there a focus on impact also, or what do you think?
So currently, if I'm talking about my community members, so there are lots of community members who are in the travel domain and all those domains who are most affected during this pandemic. So their shift is totally on the sustainability rather than the focus on the profitability and to scaling, right? If I'm talking about my own venture in tech, so earlier we are in offline model, but due to pandemic we have to shift to online model, which we are planning to do after 2 years. But due to pandemic, it's happened earlier for us. That's good for us also,
Right.
because our reach is now national wise and internationally. Earlier in the offline model we have to cater only the locality of that particular location. But due to online, we moved to online. Now we have a student from Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. So it's a good for us, and due to that, our profitability increases during the pandemic too. And now we have a blended model we are planning for the future, where we try to keep the online model as also trying to implement the offline model in that.
Sure. So, Daniel, since you carry an international perspective, I would want to ask, do you think the way the world looked at Indian startups in the past, has that changed recently? Because there has been some deals that like Google, Facebook, a lot of big tech has been investing in Geo, the Startup India movement, the Digital India movement. There's been some traction around that. So from a global perspective, do you think Indian startup ecosystem is arriving around the corner? What's your view on that?
I have not so much experience in India startups because the first projects of real estate that with Planet we are building right now is not really well developed or other things. But we saw that of course there is not anymore one Silicon Valley. There will be always and always more opportunities, especially for remote place all around the world, that is in India, like in Italy, like in Spain, like in other countries where actually before there was very few possibilities. Because one key point that always is very, very important is the knowledge, the education system. So what you are doing here and what actually what the founders in the world are doing is sharing. So the start of sharing knowledge is the starting point that of course will make not only India that have a huge potential, but also other remote places to actually develop all the opportunities that the people, when get the knowledge, can actually make it real. One key point that in Europe is always more important is that capital is one on sites only, is not the goal. Capital is the fuel that make companies scale, but is not what the founders have to looking for. The founders have to looking for co-founders and partner that help with soft skill and actually network to grow and actually put their effort together to scale. The problem is that in international point of view, a lot of effort is using to reach money, to reach capital. So I like a lot what I listened before about the company that it won't be sustainable and grow with organic, because this is one key point that make company very, very strong with big actually changing in the ecosystem, and also make the team work stronger together. So this is very, very important things that in my point is India understand that with the knowledge sharing and the opportunity that other people give, build a company that is not only profitable, but also creating an impact from all point of view, not from the stakeholders only, but also for the people that work inside and also customers. I think that we can do a really, really beautiful improvement, because you have a lot of potential, and with the knowledge is the first things and the first goal that you have to actually bring to India. This is just my point of view, of course.
In fact, a brilliant point made that it's not just about capital, it's about so many more things, the team and everything else. And it's about getting all those pieces together if you are supposed to kind of make a long-term sustainable business model with impact and profitability. So in fact, I'll kind of just open the panel up. Feel free to answer some of these questions coming in from the audience, and anybody could just pitch in. Feel free to ask other panelists things that you have in mind, questions and stuff like that. So there's this question I'm just picking up from the widget that's there on the Startup Summit Live. So there's this question by Shashank Thakur. He says, why is it that there's not much capital available for businesses looking at impact models, right? While capital flows freely for people who are more concerned about profitability and non-impact businesses, so to say, right? So feel free, Neeraj, Sachit, Abhishek, Anuj, Daniel.
No, I guess, Pranav, it's not like that. There are a lot of funds which are dedicated funds for impact businesses. We received almost about $800,000 as grants from these kind of organizations while we were starting. Before the investment came in, we were actually getting grants and we were getting these kind of money. I can talk to you. There is a EU grant. There is a grant from Luxembourg, which we received for 500, $500,000 of euros. It came as an impact grant. There is a dedicated accelerator which is there working from Norway called Catapult. There are few more which are there in San Francisco is there. I mean, you have to find out those. Of course, there are many, funds, and there are a lot of investors who only look at, investment in these kind of companies, impact companies. So yes, I don't think it is not there. It is there, absolutely. You just have to find out more about it.
So if I can, I like to introduce one point of view. I think that the capital, of course, for impact investing is a little increasing, but the point is always for venture capitalists make a lot of multiply. So the problem is that there is not enough. What I have to say is probably not very beautiful, but this is the word I always work. Capital want to make a lot of more capital, and always social impact companies, actually, they don't scale so much like others companies. So we have to look the problem and find the solution inside the capitalist model. And this is why I invest in Starboost, and I provide contract and legal process in order to change the focus from capital to focus to other people that work with the founders that have a social impact investing business. Why this? Because in the world, we need to make a very strong change. We are actually understand that with a lot of capital, you can scale very fast. But very few people can reach this kind of goals. And I tell you this because one of my last company, that is Planet, raised $100 million. And these $100 million are planning to build 30 smart cities and probably build much more. But this is something that cannot be happens if I cannot find other people that are much better than me. But at the same time, I'm not working in this company. Why I'm not working in this company? Because this company will be growing a lot, but my interest is creating social impact companies that actually change the way how we entrepreneur creating and develop new business. So this is the reason why I start Starboost, where money doesn't flow. Starboost is something that don't make me money because allow other people to start from a different point of view. So please understand that capital will always look a way to multiply capital. We have to find a way to put other entrepreneurs that are interested in social impact and creating a new kind of models that allow them to don't go to capital too early, and also don't look for capital to start business, because we have to fix this problem. In Italy and also in Europe, it's not like a United States where you actually have a lot of capital, such as United States or in London. You can pitch your companies and you can find seed investments not so difficult. In Spain, Italy, in other countries is much more difficult. Also, I think also in India. So you have to find other people that are not interesting first at capital, but first at the problem that we want to resolve. And tell to the people that is not the money that you have in bank account that make you happy, but is what you do every day in order to build solutions that improve the world, that make you happy. And also you make happy the work with other people that have the same values, the same dreams, and work together with a transparent systems. So please don't follow the economy that want only rich business, venture capitalists, and multiply the capital, because you have a big, huge opportunity. Connect your local culture with a beautiful, sustainable process to make people life better, not drive money or capital that sometimes forget people behind.
Absolutely, that's such an important point that you made, and I think that's what the panel is about. Is it only money that people are after, or impact? In fact, there's a question that's come from a user called Mohit Mirwani. He asks that are the KPIs and metrics same for impact business models versus non-impact, or is there some difference? Are investors looking at same thing, audiences, stakeholders looking at same metrics, or are they any different? So anybody could take Abhishek, Sachit, Neeraj, Daniel.
So I don't want to answer always the question, but it's okay if you ask me. So my point is that if you go to a venture capitalist, is interested about metrics to understand how much return they get from the investments they give to you. Some fund accept little less multiplication because your business is more impact. Okay, so this is one thing. But the other part, the real impact model you do if you share your shares of the company with all the people that work with you. Because if the company will be very, very big, not only you make money. So actually what happens that makes Silicon Valley great is because the people that make a lot of money invest in other people similar to them to make their try and error, and also they build these ecosystems. So what the point is that the most impacting things is not only understand the metrics that your product do with the market, also with the customers, but the metrics, how the profit and how the ecosystem works in the building of the richness, and how the richness go all around. So this is one thing that from the other sides make the investors not very happy invest to you, but is the way to see the company in the opposite way. Okay, so take care about my word, because it's very, very strong and very make the people understand if they want run to make a lot of money alone, or want they grow with a lot of people and make money with others people and the same time creating impact. Okay, so two different KPI, two different mindset, and two different word. Okay.
Yes, and also depends on what kind of a VC. If it's a normal VC who is investing in commercial companies, they have a different KPI. They are obviously looking at making profit, because ultimately they have to also answer, how much they have made. Whereas, impact investing, I think, for example, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, BFG. So you have to understand what is their goal, whether what the kind of work which you are doing, whether it fits into their portfolio or not. If that also depends. There are a lot of families across the world, even in India, they look at investments. There are a lot of corporate, responsible CRS, whatever it is called here, corporate social responsibility, CSR funds which are available. So there are funds which are available. They have a different KPIs rather than, if you are going to Matrix Partner, for example, or Excel, for example, they have a very different a point of view when they are looking at you as a startup. They are looking at purely as a commercial venture. They are not looking at you from a point of view of being but I know for sure there are a lot of companies in India, outside also. There is a company called Logistimo, which is a logistics company, but they are they manage the entire cold chain logistics of vaccines in India. They are also a social impact, but BMGF have invested in them. There is one MG, for example, totally commercial company, but they have an arm. So BMGF had invested heavily into them. So you have to also align with the funds or these kind of foundations which are there. If your aim, if your goal aligns with them, I think a lot of capitals are available for social impact ventures.
Yeah, I mean, even I completely agree with what Neeraj said there. I think it's about where you are raising the funds from. There are a lot of CSR companies today. There are a lot of my friends that are running CSR, mainly into education space, where they're looking at providing high quality education to the rural areas. And their source of funding is very different, and the kind of impact, it's more impact driven than driven by numbers. They've raised funds through CSR. It's more about creating a social impact than actually looking at unit economics and how much money can we make at the end of it. It's about how do you create sustainability, and then how do you replicate this model with the funds that you have into deeper penetrations. So yeah, I mean, I completely agree there with Neeraj. It depends on the kind of source that you have on the funding and what their objective is when it comes to the impact.
So recently, again, agree with Neeraj too. And recently, a Bihar-based company, Dehat, you must have heard of.
Yes.
They are working in the agriculture field. Recently raised $12 million. They are doing great work with agriculture and helping farmers to increase their income in Bihar and all over India. So they raised capital from the VC firm, and their KPIs are similar to the high profit companies. So they are maintaining both the things at the same time. So scaling and maintaining the KPIs. So again, the VCs whom you are paying, raising the fund from, is mainly making the most different in this startup system.
Yes, it also depends. There are two kinds of investment. One is a non-equity investment, one is a equity investment. When there is an equity investment, they are definitely looking at scaling up and how you can, maximize the profit. So Dehat is another very good example, in fact.
Yeah. Right. So most of the companies like raising the funds from the CSR activities, so they are maintaining different KPIs for them. But for those who are raising funds from the VCs, then they have to enable to that particular VCs. And
okay, so a comment came. I think it's more of a question. Anonymous user, he says, if I'm taking donations from my audience and financing my business through donations, would it be more counted as an NGO, or would it can it operate like a normal profitable venture?
Well, again, depends on what kind of organization he has. If it's a for-profit business and you are taking donations, it's fine, but it will definitely be your capital money, I think.
Right. So
it's like raising funds from your friends only.
Right. So other interesting insight is what kind of business models do you think would emerge specifically in the area of impact going forward? Has COVID also created some models which probably people didn't think of earlier? Have certain models come on the forefront which probably were on the back burner? What kind of impact business models are we looking at? So anybody could just jump in, want to contribute, feel free.
I think agriculture business is going to grow very fast due to lots of immigrant people coming from the big cities to their hometown, and they have to sustain during this pandemic. And then the entrepreneurs who are working in the agriculture, they surely hire them, or maybe giving them the opportunity to grow in this pandemic time. So agriculture is the area, I think, where the most of the impact is going to create in the future, and also this time also, and education. Due to like pandemic, lots of offline education shifted to online, So there is lots of gap where people are again figuring out how to monetize that. To like again, the students are going to take their class online, but again we have to figure out the blended model where people are like students learn by doing things. So there is a biggest gap between education and agriculture.
I think, the campaign that we're talking about now is vocal for local. I think that is also creating significant impact now because, it is really promoting, talent at the primary level, where various artisans and, all of those people are also able to promote their talent and sell. The other impact obviously is everything being digitized. So like Abhishek also mentioned that we've already seen that curve with education, because now more and more students are getting to learn through that, and they're becoming accustomed to using technology. So that definitely I think will create a long lasting impact, because the quality of education may improve with digitization happening on that front.
Right.
Another sector would be healthcare, because you will see a lot of telemedicine platforms suddenly propping up, and that's another thing which I think will get impacted a lot. Healthcare.
Right. And I think that's good for what you're doing, right? Because there's sudden increased awareness about health, immunization, and everything else, right?
Yes, it certainly is showing us the importance of keeping medical records, digitized. That's something which is the telemedicine platform. In fact, a lot of bigger players, and there is an initiative which is coming up called Swasth, where all these telemedicine platforms are, coming on and forming an association, just like UPI. So that's also on the way.
Interesting. Daniel, any sectors you think would come to the forefront?
I think that I'm agree with all the other panelists, and of course, one thing that is actually very to change how we see the smart city and how we live and which kind of living condition is one of things that will change. So transport, the smart city, and the way to live with also the quality of life or the environment, will change a lot. Also, you can see how digital electric system, bikes, train, and other way to things. Another point very interesting is how we reinvent the relationship between local and global system with the cryptocurrencies and other kind of way how the people are connected each other. So how we can make a beautiful relationship from India to Italy, India to Spain and other countries where actually our politicians give one direction, but also we as entrepreneurs can we work together in a way to change and make a smarter relationship between us. So something that like this now, thanks to Zoom, thanks to its WhatsApp, thanks to a lot of other systems like LinkedIn, actually we can actually design a new thing and new systems. And I just want to say thank you very much for having me. I have to leave, unfortunately. It was a very beautiful stay with you and a very honor. And thank you again, and have you a nice day.
Thanks
Bye-bye.
a lot. Thanks a lot. And closing remarks from our other panelists for the guests before we kind of move to the next session.
Thank you.
Sure. So, Neeraj, closing remarks from your side. Any a piece of advice that you would want to give to the entrepreneurs who have been affected during the present times? These are difficult times for a lot of entrepreneurs. Maybe they are running out of cash. Maybe they don't understand their business model. As in, maybe the business model is not relevant anymore. So, what kind of things would you want to say to them?
Okay, now I will, one thing which I will tell the startup founders, and that don't lose hope. Hope is something which is important. And I can tell you one thing, that things are going to be normal. It's just a time. It might be 6 months, 9 months, or 12 months, but things are going to go back to normal. That will definitely happen. A lot of research, a lot of scientists are working round the clock in making a, effective vaccine. That will definitely happen. Our company has already, our group company, has already announced Covishield, which is going to come. We are going to start the human trials very soon. So don't lose hope, don't lose focus, and another thing is, be persistent on whatever you are doing. That's something, because a lot of people only see negative when they are looking at lockdowns, when they don't know when the things are going to, go back to normal. It will definitely go back to normal. And just be persistent and focused on what you have been doing. If you believe in something, if you even if it was something like a co-working space where which you were running also, right now may not be, maybe only 20% people would be coming, but definitely things are going to go back to normal. It's just a matter of time. Don't lose hope, be persistent, focused. I think that's the one thing.
Interesting. Abhishek, over to you.
So again, Neeraj said the whole thing, but again, most of the entrepreneurs are more like they are positive in their mindset, and I agree with Neeraj. So focused on be frugal, try to bring your cost down, sustain, sustain till the things get back to the normal.
Interesting. Sachin.
I think it's, being in the startup world, it's all about adaptation. From the first thing, because as an entrepreneur, you're first creating disruption. You don't know how the market will respond to it. So, there is always an adaptation that you're doing. And this phase has also come where, no one literally knew how things would pan out. But I think it's about being at it, evolving with the world, digitizing, being frugal, and also sort of looking at new ways in primarily adaptation. So, whether it is work from home or whether it is, pivoting your business model, for a short period of time and then coming back at it, or whether it is, sizably, looking to invest into products or programs over the next 3, 4, 5 months. And then, hopefully when things are better, then you're coming back in the market much stronger. So as an entrepreneur, I think you need to be at it, adapt to the situation, and hopefully things will get better for all of us.
Right. So in fact, last session we were talking about how startups are working from home. What are the tools that startups are using, and is there some change in the way everybody is working, and is that a temporary change, or would that stay for long? So if you would just help startups understand how to cope up with this situation with respect to some tech tools that you're using to coordinate with your teams remotely and stuff like that.
I think Zoom has been a fantastic tool for us. Our days start much earlier now. We're primarily based out of Bombay. My team would spend 1 hour in traffic getting to office and then 1 hour rushing back. So with all of this time that we have, I think we've definitely seen an enhanced productivity, and we are literally considering working from home maybe for a more sustained period also now. So Zoom has been fantastic. I think the whole team has adapted to this, and we have a call in the morning, we have a call in the evening. So yeah, I mean, things are much better.
So Neeraj, like if you were to kind of name something.
And we also are doing the same thing. In fact, what happened was we had invested in buying, in an office space just before the lockdown, because we wanted to move into a bigger space, and we had just invested in the office, which is right now, just lying. And we are rethinking on what do we do. Of course, as Sachit also said, it is saving a lot of time. All our people who are working with us, they have gone to their own hometowns, and they are much more secure. They feel, and definitely the productivity has, instead of going down, has gone up actually. We do the same thing: early morning Zoom calls and evening Zoom calls. I think, and rest of it we always coordinate from. We have a group on WhatsApp, so yeah.
Interesting. So on that note, I think I'd want to thank everyone for taking your precious time out and educating all our listeners, people who are watching us on Business World, Zenga TV, Startup Summit .live, and other media channels. I would just say that thanks a lot. It was really amazing that we got this opportunity to speak with you. Heartfelt thanks from our side, and we'll be moving to our next discussion with Ashish Tulsian. So thanks a lot, everybody. Over to you, Surbhi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Sanchit, Abhishek, and Neeraj. It was very insightful. Thanks a ton. And we move to Ashish. Ashish, are you around? The Startup Summit team can move. Ashish, welcome again. And I love your cover background image. That's lovely, in fact. Pranav, you should be having the same, you should have had the similar stuff. That's actually very cool. In fact, I think this is one of the interesting session, and to all the viewers, I think this is going to be a very, very different session. And this is going to be a very different session because you will not hear anything fancy, anything rosy, but actual facts, actual hardship, actual grit, actual determination, and actual business building. This won't be any bookish gyan. So please stay tuned and welcome Ashish Tulsian again. Handing it over to Pranav.
Ashish, you're on mute.
Surbhi, thanks for that welcome, and this is actual pressure. But
but then every word said is so true, right? There are only some few entrepreneurs in the country that we can really look up to, and people who have probably bootstrapped their way to success, people who have really worked hard, the people who have kind of created so much impact, so to say. There are some ventures who touch so many users without at times users even knowing that they have impacted them in some way or the other, right? Like going to a restaurant and that entire experience, billing, and I can guarantee so many of those people would have seen POSIST written on their receipts, right? But then they would not have known, they would not have understood that this guy here today with us is the guy behind POSIST. And I think the entire country just loves you, right? Loves you for what you have built across so many restaurants. I think 8,000 restaurants.
Yeah, little over 8,000. Yes.
Wow. A SaaS platform and across 8,000 restaurants. So without saying too much, I want to kind of hear from your side. How did it all start for you, the entire POSIST journey? And if you could just give your insights on that.
So Pranav, thanks for that. I think one nugget I'll give you before saying anything is that, I am actually surprised how many people look at the bottom of the bill because the amount of leads we get at times, I will not really say business impact, but I can tell you that so many friends, so many well-wishers who are not from tech industry or not from restaurant industry, who are commoners for these two industries for at least, and they keep sending me messages of, every bill which comes out of sales powered by POSIST, at least, if the restaurant uses us. So, every time I receive that message, I feel so good about it that, okay, somebody has noticed. Hey, so I think for us, it started pretty much like, most of the entrepreneurs, solving our own problem. And we ended up investing in a restaurant just because we thought that our life was not bad enough, and we should restaurant looks cool and restaurant looks easy. And यार हमने खोल दिया फिर आपने वो सुना होगा कि जब आपकी when you're about to get screwed, universe conspires to make it happen faster. That happened with us at least. We could actually open a restaurant within 30 days of thinking. and literally everything came together quickly. So we started a restaurant in north of Delhi. It was called Rasoi Express, and within 3 months we were like done with it. Restaurant was doing well, but managing the restaurant operation was a nightmare, which I don't think anybody outside the restaurant appreciates enough. And once that happened, we said, hey, we are done with this. This is not our cup of tea. And then our tech instincts kicked back, and then we saw, okay, thoda ego bhi hota hai sab mein, हमारे में बहुत सारी थी, and हमने लगा कि यार अब ये किया है, तो let's do something with it at least, right? Once you put your once you give up, then you get this, at times you get that, you get re-energized कि चलो अब इससे बुरा क्या हो सकता है. So we built this product to solve our own problem, and then other restaurant owners, in fact Delhi's famous Gyani's ice cream, in those days they were still family run small business.
Right.
They opened their first store beside our restaurant, and that was their first franchise store. It was also given to their distant chacha, but for them it was a big leap of faith.
Right.
So they discovered our product. They came very strongly on us, and they said, hey, we also want this product. And I think the day we said yes to them, we never looked back.
Wow. In fact, the word that you mentioned, your ego, I've hardly seen entrepreneurs without an ego, because most often than not, it's about taking something personally, right? That why did this thing not happen? Not probably just taking it to their ego that I want to solve this problem. That's probably resulted.
I think even if we change the word ego, I think it is, you have to be stupid. You have to be mad. You have to be, strong-headed, to take the world on, at least with respect to in the realm of that problem. So for whatever good and bad, I think there is a lot of survivorship bias there. But if you survive, it all sounds heroic. But I think while it is happening, it's never.
No, absolutely. So talking about that, you mentioned that you're the chief everything officer at Posys. So give us a little more idea on that.
यार अभी वो टाइटल बहुत पहले चेंज हो गया. आई थिंक वो सोशल मीडिया पे थोड़ा
पॉपुलर हो गया,
अपडेट नहीं हुआ. बट वो टाइटल बहुत पहले से बदल के चीफ एवरीथिंग ऑफिसर से हटके चीफ एनेबलर हो गया. उसका हिंदी में मतलब ये है कि शायद मैं कोई काम नहीं करता. I am just enabling others to do it. So that is the glorified laziness.
Right.
But I think my job at Posys right now, for last few years, is largely about setting the path of the product. I still own the product, and I don't want to let it go. In fact, I'll actually come back to this point. This conundrum of whether a founder should let go of a product or not. I have my little journey, on that. But so I basically keep the direction of the company. I pretend to at least keep that direction in the way we are going. And my job is looking at new markets, figuring out new pricing models. That's my passion actually. And then looking at product problems from the customer perspective. So I spend my time analyzing all of that, sometimes on the ground, sometimes from a distance. And I think that's all. I also have my fingers and nails in marketing, because I believe that for a product company, marketing is a part of the product. But that's all. I think I have my co-founder Sakshi. She's also my wife, and I think मैंने जिंदगी में सिर्फ एक ही काम सबसे बढ़िया किया है, वो है शादी. Everything else fell in place automatically. So she's the one who actually runs the business. She's the one who she looks after revenue, which is the bloodline of the business. It also is something which washes away all your sins. So हमने जितनी भी गलतियां की हैं, आखिरी में साक्षी revenue के साथ आती है, and हमें गलतियां सुधारने का मौका मिलता है. So our sales teams, our revenue teams, our account management team reports into her. And then we have a leadership team of 5 people who hold the fort in different areas: ops, onboarding, finance, HR, etc.
Wow, so behind every successful entrepreneur, there's a woman, right?
I can definitely say for myself.
Interesting. So you've been investing in startups too, and so many of these different entrepreneurs that we've been speaking to, there's this one name that everybody has on their mind, Ashish Tulsian. For a lot of these entrepreneurs, you are this mentor. Even if you're not invested in them, you would take out so much time for them, help them grow. Do you think you kind of enjoy that more now as compared to running your own business? How would you see yourself?
Damn, this will literally spill all the beans out. Huh? Yeah, I think I'm really glad if some of them feel that I'm able to help them. But in all honesty, this is a very selfish journey. I think the inception of this, especially investing in startups, and I don't think most of them ever needed my money for sure. These are small quantums of capital, but I think it started from the basic idea that we all are engrossed in solving our own problems. And I think what I introspected and figured for myself is that I'm a creator. So which I now believe that most of the entrepreneurs are, or rather I will say all of them. And if अगर मैं software नहीं बना रहा होता तो मैं movies बना रहा होता, मैं movies नहीं बना रहा होता तो मैं music बना रहा होता, या मैं कोई machine बना रहा होता, मैं कुछ भी बना रहा होता. But I would have been involved in some sort of creation. I understand that. And creation, the core of the creation is problem solving. So as a problem solver, for me the dope is if there are problems. And when you are continuously solving your own problems, you are also in that echo chamber. You're in that silo, right? So you don't know how to break your own biases. You don't know what you're doing wrong. You don't know what you're doing right. And unfortunately, as a founder, your biggest issue is that nobody says that you're wrong. I mean, market outforce says, but you can have the luxury, or you can buy the luxury to even be deaf to that. You have so many biases, right? You feel everything, and चल भी रहा होता है काम. Unfortunately, success is also a bad teacher, right? अगर काम थोड़ा बहुत भी चल रहा था, आपको लगता है कि नहीं मैं कुछ तो ठीक ही कर रहा हूँ. So I think it started, from that point where I started enjoying the process of solving other people's problem. और दूसरों की problem solve करना आसान भी होता है. Advice देना सबसे आसान काम है. So I think I mixed these two passions along with some skin in the game, right? So for me, investing started with the fact that, hey, if I am helping a fellow entrepreneur, navigate through his crisis or his problem or his growth problem or whatever, can I have also some skin in the game? Does it change my decision making? Does it impact anything? So I think that experiment went a little successful, but definitely for me, I think in last 4 years, I've invested in 15 plus companies, or rather 16 now. And I think amount of learning I've got from each of them, and some of them returned, some great, I was lucky to have some great returns on capital as well. But honestly, I think whatever I learned from all of them, working with all of them, the amount of learning, enjoyment, and so many times I will come out of a session with a fellow entrepreneur discussing his problem, and I'll call up my team and I'll say, what? We are stupid people. We should not be doing this. So I think that has all paid for itself. I think this is my only dope. I don't do anything else. Either I'm solving our own problems, or I'm trying to solve others' problems, or at least trying to learn from them.
Very interesting. So in times to come, probably we can see a lot more investments from your side, or you getting involved with a lot more ventures.
Time और capital दोनों ही limited है. Capital तो जैसे जैसे दोनों बढ़ती जा रही हैं, I think this is the only place I invest in. I don't invest in almost any other asset class. I think my portfolio will be 80-20 in reverse. 80% will be startups and 20% will be other regular stuff.
Wow. And when you mentioned that fact that those receipts carry the name POSYS, in fact, day before yesterday, when we were speaking to Tim Draper, he said how he got Sabir Bhatia to write powered by Hotmail, right, on those emails, and then suddenly it became a trend, and the entire idea of viral marketing kind of started from there and stuff like that. So this one thought, like in this entire journey of yours, did you at any point in time thought things are not working out? You thought about quitting? Things seemed so difficult because so many of us as entrepreneurs, people who are watching, at times they have quit their businesses and they have not seen the other side where you are today. So did those thoughts come to your mind, Deva?
In all honesty and humility, no. I think, but I think isme heroism nahi. I will not glorify this. I think quitting is also not bad. What I believe is, at least from my own experience, we're always too engrossed in what we are trying to do. And I will also not say that there has been any ego to not quit, or times were not difficult, multiple times in the journey, including, agar aap mujhse, if you were talking to me between 18th of March to, end of April, that would have been one of those times. But no, I think quitting has never crossed our mind so far, fortunately. But what I believe is that, see, everybody has their own aspirations. I will not really speak for a lot of other people, because everybody has their own aspirations, circumstances. With what view did you start that business? What was your goal in life? And I think I think there is never one goal. It also evolves, as you evolve. And we have had our chance of evaluating our journey multiple times again and again. We have had a chance of, we got multiple acquisition offers on the journey. And every time an acquisition offer came, I think we also sat down, thought about, are we saying no because of some ego? Are we saying no because we want that unicorn $1 billion valuation? Are we saying no because, okay, the exit money is not enough? We also calculated what do we want to do with that money, if at all we had to say yes. And those were very good exercises, because that actually, every time we came out of that exercise, we were actually closer and a little more self-actualized. And we knew, okay, why do we want to keep this? What do we want? So for example, one of those exercises back in 2015 gave us, the power to pursue our global ambition. In 2015, there was a very strong acquisition offer, and we had to really sit down and think, because direction was also right, and we were also doing well. And then we said, okay, if we are saying no to this, how do you still make sense out of the opportunity which you are trying to build? And one of the answers which came out of that discussion between both me and Sakshi was that we want to know how business is done in 200 countries or 196 countries. How we want to see how the business is done. We want to build, if given a chance, build that business. And we said, all right, then let's start. And I remember January of 16 is when we started traveling to different countries to explore business on ground, to see, do we have space here, whatever we have built. So I think it is a personal growth journey. That is what I believe for my own team as well. It is genuinely a personal growth journey. And money is going to be a byproduct of it. We all need it without any doubt. There is no moral high ground in saying no to money. And but still, I think it is good for entrepreneurs to keep evaluating at different points in time that are their goals aligned with what exactly they're doing. And if the answer is quitting, then that's a great answer, because at least you can do something else then. And if continuing is answer, then I think it has been for us that way. It has not been, adversity cannot make you quit alone, minus circumstances which can still make you do that.
Okay. So there's a few questions are coming in. I'm getting some on WhatsApp through my team members, and I think somebody is posted here on the chat also. So Arjun is asking how to let other people have an understanding in your idea and put confidence in its future aspects. So they're probably speaking more from
Arjun,
an investor perspective, right?
Arjun, whether it's an investor, whether it's an employee, whether it's a customer, most of the times you also need that one believer, who you are trying to sell, some stars and moons, and they're not convinced. I think the only way to convince people is to actually do it. You have to. I'll share a small personal story. Back in 2012, when we launched our product, we were presented with this very, very interesting problem, which most of you will relate with. Every time any of our salesperson was visiting a restaurant owner was asking, who else uses your product? And now this was a massive chicken and egg, because nobody uses your product, hence nobody will buy your product. And because nobody will buy a product, hence nobody will use a product. And how to break that cycle. So one day I remember our first teammate on sales is a guy called Alok. 8.5 years he's still there. We recently celebrated his 8th anniversary with us, and he one day called me because he landed some great meeting with a very big sweet shop chain, like a sweet house, Haldiram equivalent. And he said, Ashish, I'm sitting in front of the clients, prospects, and these guys are asking who else uses you. And he was nervous as hell because probably he was thinking he's about to make a sale and it got stuck. And I said, oh, sure, why not? Pass on the phone. So I had a chat with the gentleman and I said, sir, Haldiram uses us. And the guy was like, wow, really? But ये आलोक जी ने हमें बताया नहीं. अच्छा ना, वो आलोक जी भूल गए होंगे. मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, Haldiram is using us. He said, okay. हम जाके देख सकते हैं? सर बिल्कुल देख सकते हैं. अच्छा ठीक है, फिर हम इवैल्यूएशन कर लेते हैं आपके प्रोडक्ट का ट्रायल. तो मैंने बोला कि सर मैं आपसे थोड़ी एक्सक्यूज माय ब्रेविटी, बट अगर आपने इवैल्यूएट ही करना है तो इवैल्यूएट ही कर लेते हैं. हल्दीराम हमें यूज कर रहा है या नहीं कर रहा है, हाउ डज दैट, it did not change your decision. So while I appreciate you asking who else is using for the trust, there, but if you're going to evaluate, let us run a trial at your place. And I can tell you are going to be our first customer. There are few who are using, but not probably in your category. And actually we landed that project. From that point onwards, we actually created a rule that for everyone in the sales, we never gave anybody our customer list, because I had another problem in mind, that this is Delhi. Probably now we have 5 customers and we can tell other people. What if we start in Mumbai? It is going to be the same chicken egg again. Hyderabad, same chicken and egg. So we made a rule that nobody is going to ever carry a customer list, and everybody is going to make this a part of pitch, that you are my first customer, can you evaluate us? So, and that continued, by the way, till 2015. I remember once a senior sales guy joined us, and first thing he was flabbergasted with was, Ashish, we don't have our customer logos and list in our proposals. It is beyond me why. And I had to narrate the story, and then of course we changed later on. So my point is, from the investor perspective as well, there is nothing better than doing your proof of concept. There are different people who will not believe in you, not because they not believe in the idea. They probably don't believe in you. It's very hard to understand. It's very hard to realize. But most of the times people say no to you, not because they believe that you cannot do it, but just because they believe that probably it's not possible. And if you are able to continuously keep doing, taking those steps, you will be surprised. Some of the seemingly non-believers will actually become some of your best evangelists. And it has happened with me multiple times across investors, across friends, employees, customers, in every possible direction.
Right. So Amit Thakur here has a question that during the COVID times, when restaurant business has been affected, is there a change of strategy or a business model from your side?
Amit, yes and no. I think I personally believe that while restaurants are in the worst shape after probably travel and aviation, travel and hotels, restaurants are the worst in the worst shape. But I think there was no change in strategy per se, because one thing I can tell you is that market has not died. It has just reconfigured their expenses. They have just reconfigured how they buy. They have just reconfigured how they sell. And what we experienced in mid of March to and almost entire April is zero revenue. We saw zero revenue for almost a month plus. But I think we were also believer of one thing, that that restaurant industry is not going to shut down. So what we immediately did is that we started looking at and started talking to every customer, every prospect, trying to understand what reconfiguration do they want in their business. For example, a dine-in is starting a DIY, kit for, let's say, gourmet food or, fine dining food. Let's say, a takeaway counter or delivery counter double down on their deliveries. A QSR chain immediately started, doing grocery delivery along with their food. And one of the restaurants started doing gravy and semi-processed goods delivery from their kitchen, which was quite phenomenal to me. I think we also looked at peripheral products which we can build for our customer base, which will help them in the COVID times. And I can safely say that we have sailed through. Fine. It's not yet over, so we are still cautious, but and that is one thing, Pranav, if you allow me another minute, I think I can say this, I can tell this to everyone, that COVID is one of the most beautiful opportunities of our time. And I'm not saying this in, just to sound profound. I think this is something which we have experienced. I'll give you one personal story with this example. For me, COVID is the ultimate flattening of the world. Across products, across services, and especially in tech, but I can bet that it has hit brick and mortar, probably the same way. Depends on how you look at the opportunity. I can tell you that we have sold our product in 9 different new countries only during the lockdown. These countries were neither on our radar. We were not marketing in them. 3 or 4 countries we did not even imagine we will sell to. Our product is right now being translated in Farsi. We sold our product in Iran. We could never imagine. We could never. That was not a part of our marketing or target list for sure. I think what we realized in this period was that this was an ultimate flattening of the opportunity, in the sense that all the restaurants in all 196 countries were having the same problem at the same time, and probably all wanted the same solution. So if you have the solution, people were not asking which country were you from. People were not asking anything. People were just asking, will you be able to give this product to me? Will you be able to service this? If the answer is yes, it's a go ahead. This is just one part of the opportunity. I can clearly see that if you look at EdTech, if you look at healthcare, if you look at productivity tools, if you look at, I recently came across a company who sold a QR code service in 80 plus countries in this lockdown period. And trust me, that QR code does not do anything. You upload an image on the other side, that QR code downloads that image on the for the customer who is scanning the QR code. That's it. And the guy is selling to Marriott's and Starwoods and hotels and the retailers and Walmarts. And I was like, boss, you actually just sold a solution which converts a link to a QR code. That's all you did. And he found business in 80 countries. He created a very cool map where every time somebody scans a QR code, that country blinks in the map. It was a delight to see that. So I think business is still low. Don't get me wrong. Business is very, very low. Not where I would like to be. But I can tell you that that COVID is a reconfiguration opportunity. I don't really think that COVID has killed enough business or is going to kill enough business in the long term. It's just going to reconfigure. So it's your time to really see what can you do in what you have. And I think that part I will definitely say. Change of strategy. I've heard a lot of entrepreneurs saying, "Oh, should we change the business? Or should we change the product? Or should we change the market? Or should change the way we do it?" I don't think so. I think overnight you have not learned anything new. You're not going to overnight discover new things about your domain. So whatever you have, whatever you know, the customer you are talking to, the work you have been doing, there are different reconfigurations available in that. And if you look at it closely with a little belief, you will find that 101%.
Interesting. Wow. So Ashish, unlike a lot of other entrepreneurs, you've not raised a lot of external capital. So what's your view on bootstrapping as a way to kind of build businesses? Is it still relevant in today's times as much as it was earlier, or these are times when businesses are heavily funded and that's what it should be?
No, I think, Pranav, first of all, raising VC funds is way too, it's over glorified, but so is bootstrapping. There is nobody is going to give you any, medal for being a bootstrapped versus, raising VC funds. I think people will still, if you're successful in any way, in any form, people will still talk to you with superlative terms, whether you raise money from soft banks of the world or whether you did it with your own money. I think it is really about the pursuit. It is really about finding a partner who actually believes in, the sport you are playing. So for me, it's actually like choosing the sport. So if you're playing football, please play in the football field. Please have a football coach. Please have a football. Please play by football rules. Don't mix. Don't say कि थोड़ा rule cricket का करेंगे, but वो umpire cricket का अच्छा था. वो famous है तो उसको football field में ले आते हैं. He's going to look useless. You're going to do bad to him, bad to you, bad to the field, bad to the game. So I believe bootstrapping versus funded, I think it doesn't change anything for me pre-COVID or post-COVID times. Capital is capital. You get a loan, it's capital. You get revenue-based financing, it's capital. You get revenue, it's capital. Whatever money is definitely required. I think in the COVID times, I hear there is a lot of noise about कि ओहो हमारी funding इसलिए नहीं हुई क्योंकि COVID हो गया. How do you explain few years before COVID? And I'm sorry, I know it's a little harsh. I know people who were right in middle of their rounds and it got disrupted. No offense to them. I think that's a business risk all of us run anyway. I had such a large outstanding from my customers. 21% of them, the outstanding piece got shut down. And I'm giving you a number. And that 21% of what I had outstanding was huge. Now, this is a business risk I have to absorb. Can it kill me? Possibly. But should I get killed? No, that's not. The war is not to get killed. The war is about being a survivor. So I believe that people should actually take a call basis what industry they are in, what aspiration they have, and it's not very, very clear. It's easy for me to say, but what I will only one tip I can give you is that talk to entrepreneurs who have exactly done what you're trying to do. Talk to multiple of them. Do ask them questions: what value VC funds or VCs added? What were the areas where they did not like it and they would want to do it again in a very different way? And you will have both the sides and your answers. Both have enough pros and cons, by the way. So no glorification of bootstrapping versus VC funds.
Right. So Ashish, before we move to the next section and the next session. What's your message to people who are listening? Things that you would want to tell them specifically during these times, or for that matter, generally about entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I will not really. I think Pranav, whatever I will say about entrepreneurship, that may sound cliched, no matter how much I stress on the anecdotes. But I can tell you something about these times, and I'll just share my personal, experience of last 4 months. I'm somebody who has last 8 years, I never had dinner at home. And my 1.5 to 2 meals were every day outside. You can say कि आपका तो काम ही restaurants का, but not really. This was purely because of the love for eating out. And personal message in these times will be, this is the first time you actually got a chance to slow down from your actual physical treadmill, actually running around, actually going to office, during the day, hustling, coming back, sleeping. This is a time when life has really slowed down. You're at a single place. No matter, you may be hustling on video for 14 hours, but you're still at a single place. Make most of it. So for example, things I have done in last 4 months and which sailed us through well, mentally, as well as in many different ways, is I kept in touch with all my friends. I've been doing a lot of Zoom parties and Zoom sessions, and I'm a lover of no agenda chats with a lot of people. In fact, I do spend I spend actually more time than required on it, from an outside perspective. But I really love that. That's very, very important. And in regular days, it was very difficult to do that because सामने वाले के पास टाइम नहीं है, डिनर पे मिले, ड्रिंक्स पे मिले, ब्रेकफास्ट पे मिले, लंच पे मिले, कौन सी सिटी में मिले, बैंगलोर आऊंगा तो मिलूंगा, हैदराबाद कभी आया ही नहीं, मिले ही नहीं. So it was very difficult to do that. I am having a ball of time right now. Everybody in the world is accessible. Everybody is ready to come, on Zoom, and I am actually making most of this time, that way. 3, I will say that there was this facade with all of us and with everybody in the world कि अगर time मिलेगा तो gym जाऊंगा, अगर time मिलेगा तो book पढ़ूंगा, time मिलेगा तो सीखूंगा. मिल गया time, कर लिया 4 महीने में सब कुछ. तो I think facade is over, it's broken. कुछ नहीं किया हमने. अगर किताब नहीं पढ़ी है ना पिछले 4 महीने में, नहीं पढ़ पाओगे, नहीं हो पाएगा. I think this is the time to break all those things, delete all those wish lists from your diary, write the new ones, the more practical ones, the ones which are more up your alley. For example, I started listening to audiobooks much more, than reading, because I was not able to catch up on my reading for almost last 2 years. I was doing very, very less. So reconfigure your wants, reconfigure your needs. This is an ultimate reset. You have more opportunity, और COVID ने आपके, the last thing is that COVID ने आपके सारे पाप धो दिए हैं. तो जितने भी नाकामियां थी, वो COVID ने जला दिए. सारा blame COVID को डाल के, this is a great time, to move forward and ahead, personally, professionally, and in whatever you see.
In fact, now that you mentioned, I'm sure a lot of our listeners would want to get links to your hangout parties, right? Because they would want to get a join in because you're having.
I've been brutally flaunting them on Instagram. So, but they have been actually fun.
So people watching, I think Instagram is the place to catch up with Ashish Tulsian, and it's been such a lovely session and so much of advice for people who are watching. Ashish, as always, you've been wonderful. Thanks a lot for taking out this time and supporting us in this journey of ours, where we're trying to kind of support entrepreneurs and bring a message from entrepreneurs like yourself to them.
No, thank you. Thanks to you. Thanks to Surbhi. Thanks to the entire Startup Summit team. It was great being here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ashish, that was too candid. So enjoyed listening to whatever you had to say. In fact, we have some flow of questions which we'll pass it to you on your Instagram.
Please do, please, absolutely, or Twitter, whichever.
So maybe you would like to say hi to Ritesh. He's also around.
Wow, Ritesh bhai.
If we could have Ritesh as panelist. Oh yeah,
Sir, क्या हाल है?
That's Ritesh Malik for you.
बहुत बढ़िया.
बस अभी आप ही को WhatsApp कर रहा था.
So over to three of you and to all the listeners.
No, I'll not bite into Ritesh's time. So thanks, guys. I'll you can put me behind the scenes. And go to you.
Sure.
Right. So one of the most awaited sessions for the Startup Summit, a man that the entire country loves, Ritesh Malik is here. Ritesh is, as I would say, one of the most loved entrepreneurs, because Ritesh is more of a friend to aspiring entrepreneurs than somebody who's up there, right? Vijay Shekhar says he's one of the most humble angel investors. And in fact, at times I wonder if people who have kind of taken investments from him, would he be like, would they be even scared of him as they are of other investors, right? Or so Ritesh, how do you kind of do this, right? The entire country is so much in love with you. People are like, Ritesh is approachable. Ritesh, they kind of, everybody feels as if you're just across the table, right? It's there's no distance between them and you. How do you manage to kind of create this identity, I would say?
This is a very first of all, thank you very much, sir, for the invite. This is a lovely platform, and this is a very difficult question to answer, because genuinely I do not do it this is something which is very difficult to understand that how this happens, but this is a part of who I am. So I'm extremely as a human being, I have developed certain principles. The first one is the fact that life is short. Make sure that you enjoy life with your loved ones. Money is a byproduct. Build something that you are passionate about, and by the end of the day, never be that serious, because or be that cocky, for that matter. Be as humble as you can, because whatever you do, you will not be able to live forever. So my fundamental belief is that help as many people as possible. And I always tell this to people, that don't build networks, don't build ecosystems, don't build communities for getting something out of those communities. Give back. Agar aapke paas kuch nahi hai, so what you do is you give back loyalty. you give back things. Everyone has something or the other to offer to someone else. Before asking for help, try and help someone. And I think, and even if your help does not or realize into something material for the other person, you should honestly try your level best to help the other person. And I think that is something which will go really, really long. And I think people don't build long-term relationships. They build short-term relationships, and have as entrepreneurs, this is our fundamental responsibility to become as long-sighted as possible.
Wow. A lot of our listeners, people who are watching us on Business World Startup Summit Live, they may not know this, but Ritesh became COVID positive along with few family members, and I'm sure that's been one of the very tiring times, so to say. Like Ritesh, has something inside changed post that entire episode, the way you look at business, the way you look at entrepreneurship, the world around, and your view of life as such?
Definitely. So COVID it's not only the physical pain, but the mental pain, because you actually start thinking about death, even if it is just 3 to 4%. But the first thing that you start thinking the moment you get COVID positive, especially for your parents and for your family members. So I think that one thing that has significantly changed is my focus on my family has increased much more than it was before. That being said, I think business is important, but I think nothing is as important as family. And the day we start imbibing that thought, we become better entrepreneurs as well. Because by the end of the day, I realized that for the past 4 years, while building Innovate, I have slept not more than five hours on an average day. And I realized that I could have slept easily for 7.5 to 8 hours. It was just that I wasn't delegating enough. It was just that I wasn't building processes enough. So I realized I've written down a lot of shortcomings that I have done. And there's something called the naked philosophy. So the naked philosophy states that you really start thinking about all the flaws that you have. Everyone, all of us, including you and me, in our minds, we know our flaws. At times we want to accept them, at times we don't. But I think this is a very good time to introspect and write down your flaws. Write down on your deep flaws, your deep negatives, and start working on them. So COVID really helped me to actually go within myself, and I also spent a lot of time meditating, understanding what exactly I want to pursue in my life in the long term.
Wow. So like post Innovate, where do you see yourself probably going 10 years down the line? Would Ritesh be an investor working with multiple startups? Would you be focusing on the university that you're involved with, Plaksha? Would you be kind of working on some other project? Because the country is curious. They want to know how do they see Ritesh Malik post Innovate?
Long term, I will definitely start another startup, hopefully. At the same time, it'll be a mix of 3 of these. I have my deep passion is into educational philanthropy, into philanthropy which is linked to women empowerment, and especially unfortunately we still as a country, we state it that we are one of the largest markets in the world, but unfortunately still we are seeing rapes happening on a daily basis in our country. I believe that education, especially for men, is extremely critical. I believe if empowerment of women is something, and at the same time, I believe education system in our country is completely flawed to the extent that I should have never become a doctor. And my education system forced me to become one. And it was my grit that I could stay away from the profession in spite of becoming a doctor. So I realized that a lot of students in our country don't have those grits or even privileges. I'm a privileged child born into a family where I never had any problem of basic necessities. So I realized that we need to completely transform the education system of our country. Education of not only formal education, education when it comes to informal education, skill development, moral education, value chain in education. If you talk about our education system, I believe that हम लोग एक छोटी सी we used to read a very small moral studies book, and I still remember my class teacher used to tell that moral studies and value studies is a very small subject. You don't need to focus a lot on that. Focus more on history and civics. So I realized that in that small book is everything about life. I believe we are reading all the nonsensical things. Our education system should be cut short from 14 years to maybe 7 years max. And we should be spending more time on skill development. We've seen in COVID, we have seen a massive shift from degrees to value of skills. We will see more and more people getting unemployed and becoming freelancers, selling their skills in the world, in a world which will be remote. I believe that nothing short of great skills would help you surface up in this world. Apart from that, I believe still there are, and when it comes for investments, I believe there are such great ideas, and I cannot start each and every one. So again, being an ill-focused entrepreneur, I really want to back great founders, build amazing relationships, and as an investor, you asked me that how does it work? Why people like me? I have a lovely secret behind that, and that is that I do not invest in companies. I invest in people, like deeply people. You invest in a founder. You just 1 minute. Yes. Sorry. So you invest in a founder. He might fail. You invest in him again when he starts another one. He might fail again. You invest in him again when he starts another one. When you build these and because this is my personal capital, I do not have the pressure to return to the investors. And that is why it's a conscious call where I do not want to take capital from other people, especially when it comes to angel investments, because this is one of the riskiest investments ever seen in the history of mankind.
Right. So wonderful thoughts there, Ritesh. In fact, on the education side and how the education system is flawed, I totally kind of agree with you there. In fact, I, along with Surbhi, we run a career guide where we are into career counseling of students. In fact, you would not believe, but to so many of our counselors whom we train for counseling, and at times to so many of our students, I give your example when parents are like, I built this kind of a law practice, CA practice, and if my child doesn't take care of that, then I'll probably be wasting everything that I've done all my life. And that's exactly where I tell them that, see, Ritesh Malik, coming from a family of doctors, having their own hospital, I'm sure there was a lot of pressure on him to kind of pursue the same profession, but then he charted out a path on his own, and today he's one of the most successful entrepreneurs, an exit of 200 CR and other investments, and the more than the money, the kind of respect and connections you have built in the ecosystem, and the love that you've got from entrepreneurs all across the country. I think that's phenomenal. So the question to you is, how difficult was it to kind of jump from being a doctor to being an entrepreneur? And if you could just guide a lot of others who are also confused on the journey and want to kind of pursue their passion.
So I'll take you back into my studenthood. So हमारे यहाँ पे in our we have a conservative joint family, and it's a crime not to become a doctor. So I still remember I talked to my mom, and especially when it comes to 8th, 9th standard students, in 10th you have to actually select for your streams. And I told her I want to do economics. I'm extremely passionate about it. And they said, are you mad? What will you do economics for? Who will manage your dad's clinic? So I said, I'm really passionate about economics. And they were hell-bent. So they said that you will not be allowed to even take maths, and they forced me to take something called physical education along with biology, physics, chemistry, and English. And I realized that, and of course, at that point in time, your confidence is so low. So you have the best judgment, and the benefit of the best judgment is given to your parents. Post that, when I went to the medical school and started studying, I realized that this is not something for me. All of us have different DNAs. आपका और मेरा DNA अलग है. You must be having 1,000 qualities which I do not have. I might be having 100 qualities which you do not have. So every human being, a brain print is at least 1,000,000 times more sensitive than a fingerprint. So I believe that every human being has come on this planet to create something valuable which he's passionate about. There's a Venn diagram which states that you should only do things for which you are passionate about them. And how do you define passion? Passion is when you do not care what money I'm getting, when you do, and definitely if you introspect enough and spend and expose time with yourself, avoid noise, stop going to any and everything which is a distraction, and just give 6 months of your time in introspecting, learning from the world, talking to people, and deeply understanding industries. You will realize what your passion is. So A, what you're passionate about. B, what is that one thing that you can do like a water flow? There's something that I can do which you will find magical. Yaar, ye kaise kar jata hai? There's something every human being that when I see my nephew, he plays piano so magically, I feel, yaar, ye kaise kar jata hai? And you feel that, yaar, kash main bhi ye kar pata. There's one thing. So your passion, what you want to do, one thing that you already are gifted with. And the third thing is, what will people pay money for? So I go to a lot of schools and a lot of parents, they start complaining that aapki baat sun ke, my kid has started saying that I want to play guitar and I want to become a guitarist. So I always put a disclaimer that never do things that you are A, passionate about, and B, where you are really good at, until and unless people are willing to pay money for, because that is extremely important. Money, though it is a byproduct, but it is something which is extremely important to motivate it, to keep the entire team motivated, to keep the entire commercial cycle motivated. And that is the reason not a lot of not-for-profit organizations today are where they should have been. They have created a lot of impact, but if you see, not-for-profit organizations' life cycles are almost 1/10 of life cycles of corporations which are for profit. So I believe that money is an intrinsic motivator for almost 99% of the human beings. So you should be able to build something that people really want to pay for. At the same time, if you hone that skill, so while doing that, I had an argument with my mom, and she said that you should become a doctor. And I said that I hate becoming a doctor. I hate seeing patients. So she said that it doesn't matter. We also didn't like, but you have to do that because it's good money. It's safe money. It's not something in businesses go up and down. Doctors always get their food on time. Whether it's COVID, whether it's a bull run, whether it's a bear flow, every situation in this world, doctors have a perennial business. They will never make a lot of money, but they will never die of hunger. So I just realized that is something which is the stupidest thing that you can tell to your child. Our responsibility, and we have something called the Asian parent syndrome, where, and this is also called the kangaroo parenting, where your parents are so close to you, where they are so possessive about you that they want you to do things that they understand very well. And that is why India has the highest number of family-run businesses that are running for over 100 years. So but now things have changed. In 2020s, the way the world is living up, it's something which is so disturbing. We will see in the next 1 decade disruption that has never been seen in the history of mankind. We will see technology literally eating the world. there will be nothing called as technology. There will be a distinction between businesses that are extinct and businesses that have adopted technology. And any business, be it a tech business or a conventional non-tech business, a brick and mortar business, if you do not align yourself with technology, you will get disrupted. This is the law of nature. Agar hamara hospital hai, we own a hospital, our marketing campaigns have completely changed. We no longer put hoardings anywhere. It's all digital. So I believe that adoption of right platforms at the right time. So coming back to the entire idea, then one day I realized that our parents are procrastinators. What they will do is they will say, "Yaar, bas fifth ho jaye, just pass fifth class, high school aa jayega, fir to aise hi aise." उसके बाद they will tell you बस 10th के boards हो जाएं, उसके बाद 11th 12th में तो कुछ करना ही नहीं है. Then they'll tell you बस 11th 12th हो जाए, उसके बाद तो college में तो Bollywood देखा ही है, बस तुम canteen और बस ऐश ही ऐश है. But so they keep on procrastinating the entire future good lifestyle, and that never happens. So I realized when I was 24, while I was passing out of my medical school, I realized that this was all a lie. But at that point in time, people should take ownership. People who do not take ownership will never. It's my life. I am 100% accountable for all my mistakes and my successes. So until and unless you take 100% ownership of your life, if you have not been successful so far, there's only one person to blame, and that is you yourself. If you've been successful so far, there's only one person to actually give credit to, and that is yourself. I believe that focus on taking complete control of your life. Do not sit at the back when it comes to driving your life's car. Be the driver of your car. Make sure that you take 100% accountability of your life and take decisions and keep on pivoting and making sure. And this is something that I told my parents, that money is definitely a byproduct for me. Even if I fail, I'll enjoy the art of building a business. And kuch nahi karunga to I will make chole bhature. But I will make chole bhature better than Haldiram. The idea is that whatever you do, जिसको एक हिंदी में word है, उर्दू का शब्द है जिसको बोलते हैं शिद्दत. Right. Whatever you do, you put so much love into that particular thing. And do less things. If there's a relationship, for example, I have a relationship with you. I consider you an elder brother. You put so much love into that relationship where that becomes pious, where that becomes a fanatic religious thought process. So I believe that and whatever you do, make sure that you add value to someone's life. Make sure that you build a product which is so valuable, and you yourself are a product. So the moment you start thinking like that, I think people really start changing their perspectives.
Right. Wow. So you mentioned the word success, right? So in your own way, how would you define success? Is it the money that you made, exits, your bank balance, the people you have impacted? What's the real reason or the purpose behind doing any kind of a business activity for that matter? And how would you define success for everybody?
I think if you ask me one sentence definition of success, I've been thinking a lot about it in the past at least 5-6 years. When I started my first company, I thought success was having 10 lakh rupees in my bank. When I started investing, I thought success was getting a 2x return. When I started Innovate, I thought success was getting $1 million in my bank. Yeah. But I realized that there's no definition, there's no stable definition of success. वो कहते हैं कि जैसे हमारी ख्वाहिशें हैं, वो नदी की तरह होती हैं, वो उनका एक ही तासीर होता है आगे बढ़ना. We keep on evolving our thought processes when it comes to success. Today, maybe for me, maybe creating $1 billion company might become success. But I realized that these are not definitions of success. These are definitions of needs, because your needs continuously change. I still remember back when I was in college, For me, success was the fact that I could give my parents a car. And but the problem with that thought process is the moment I was able to give that car to them, I wasn't happy about it, because those were needs. Success is nothing. If you ask me in one sentence, it is just happiness. Do things which make you happy. Do things which make it, and happy means it. That doesn't mean you start at consuming cannabis, but happiness in terms of holistic contentment and peace while building something which is as close to God that is possible. I believe that for me, success is whatever I touch, whatever I do. If people from a distance are saying that यार ये क्या center बनाया है इन्होंने, मतलब innovate में जाके है ना मजा आ जाता है. मतलब this is and then you don't start comparing yourself with your competition. You start creating a collaborative platform where you start building in, you start competing with your own self and with the Ritesh that would be there in 2200 AD. So I believe success is building something that is so pristine, which gives you contentment, happiness, and at the same time which gives you respect. I think one of the easiest ways to become contented is when you are respected.
Wow. This looks more like an interaction about spirituality rather than about entrepreneurship. And honestly, you just whatever you say resonates so much with what I believe in. And like I've always felt success is the smile that you carry on your face, right? And I've always believed that a desire fulfilled would always take you to the same place where that desire wasn't even there in the first place, right? So as in so much of meaning in what you're saying. So Ritesh, if you were to kind of talk about certain areas which according to you are worth investing in, or for entrepreneurs, these are areas that they can capitalize on now, because the world has been disrupted. People are looking at interesting areas that they can venture in, right? So what's your take on that?
So I think definitely the industry is extremely important. But before that, there's a fundamental belief. If you are in the right industry at the right time, you will not make money. You will only make money if you are in an industry that you really like. Like, for example, and iska bada acha ek jawab hai. So this is a very interesting anecdote. I met a very young couple. And they asked me that how do we know what is our child's passion? Passion is a word literally used very loosely. Passion is passion to and passion ke naam pe there's so much exploitation by the entrepreneurial world, because people are actually getting deflected. What they do is they read a Your Story or an Inc 42. They will see platforms. They will talk to people on a lot of platforms. They will see averagely successful entrepreneurs give talks about things, but they don't understand that this actually gives them a reason to actually be away from their responsibilities. So I know a lot of people who, in the name of passion, are fighting with their parents and not doing anything about their passion. Still watching Netflix, still wasting their time, and still calling themselves entrepreneurs, whereas they are just wantrepreneurs, and they'll never become. And this I can statistically tell you. In Innovate, आपको याद होगा, मैं आपसे तो guidance लेता था. 4 years back, when we started Connaught Place, the first 50 people of Innovate, people who did something in the first 4 months of joining Innovate, have actually done something good today.
Sure.
And that's a very small percentage. All the other people whom I still am in touch with, they have not done well. And I know they will never do well, because in the name of passion, they're just wasting their time.
Right.
So I believe passion type definition is passion is something which will ignite action. If there's no action, that is not passion. And this is what I always tell parents, that see, is the child ignited by that thought process? Is he converting that at potential energy of passion into kinetic energy of action? Whether it's good or bad, that is the significant difference between passion and actual desire to actually create something. So I believe that my fundamental belief is that making sure that you select the right passion to follow. B, if your passion is, for example, news, then you select the right industry to be in. Whether you want to do a newspaper, whether you want to do a digital platform, whether you want to do a virtual reality platform, that would actually define the course of success. Whether you will get it successful at 1x, at 100x, or at a 1 lakh x. But I believe if you are not passionate about the product, no great company has ever been formed without a madly passionate founder who's deeply inspired by the problem that he's solving. And for me, that problem was, honestly, my passion was design. And for me, that problem was the fact that people need to get beautiful offices. On a Monday, we have Garfields in our country. We hate Mondays. Abhi to offices ka concept, abhi to pura industry is in a lull. But back in 2016, I realized that the entire country is divided into two people: entrepreneurs and non-entrepreneurs. These non-entrepreneurs were 99.99% of the entire workforce. And ये मुरझाए हुए चेहरे होते थे. आप साइबर हब 10 बजे आप सुबह मंडे को साइबर हब चले जाओ, घबराते हुए चेहरे आते थे कि ऑफिस जा रहे हैं. They used to hate offices. And I realized that one of the largest reasons of them hating their offices was the environment.
Yep.
So I realized, so I first saw the industry that design is something that I'm passionate about. Real estate is something I'm passionate about. On top of that, I realized that this particular industry where I can really, really add value to people's lives and create micro communities. And I think, and honestly, if we weren't in the co-working space, we would not have been successful, because it is one of the fastest growing, at least back in 2016, 17, 18. But at the same time, even if the same fundamentals were used in some other industry, we might not have been as successful. But yes, we would have somehow sustained, and all of them would make you happy as an individual.
Wow. So again, you've been investing into startups, and you've been seeing so many ideas around. And if I'm correct, there are a lot of pitch decks coming into your email ID, and you would be evaluating a lot of ideas. So any particular ideas that inspire you the most right now? And you could also add certain entrepreneurs that kind of inspire you the most, and maybe non-entrepreneurs too, right? People you look up to.
So when it comes to ideas, I think loosely again, so the problem with our industry is that we are a very loosely, because our industry is an all or none phenomenon. Either you will make it or you will not make it. There's no, it's very difficult, because you will find businesses because we don't respect businesses that are bootstrapped. We don't respect businesses that have not raised a lot of capital. So in our ecosystem, the way Bollywood is being criticized today, there are a lot of negatives about this ecosystem as well. So one of them is the fact that as our ecosystem, we are loosely using words like artificial intelligence. We are loosely using words like machine learning. Honest to God, even if you ask me today, I don't understand what AI or ML is and how does it solve a problem that I have. And I realized that no one can understand all of this. Not even the best VCs in the world cannot understand this. And I realized that for selecting the right industries, you should first create a mind map of the future. How would India look in 2050 in all diverse sections, from a geopolitical section to a section which is the technology infrastructure, to the section of human resource availability, to the section of capital. So, and create a knitted approach of what do you believe in, what is going to happen in the future. Until and unless you have that, you cannot invest your capital. And then and if you don't know these things, then it actually becomes a casino. That is where they say that आप 10 में डालो और एक successful होगा. That is, in my opinion, that is bullshit, because you will never get the opportunity to invest in that one. And I realized that, and as an investor, my first 2-3 investments all failed. And the reason behind that was I used to see a news article, and that would state e-commerce. And because us time pe e-commerce chalta tha, and the first company in which the deck was there, jahan pe the moment there was an e-commerce sign, I used to invest. And that is the biggest mistake that I did. It, more than the industry, it is your first thesis as an investor of what you believe in. Invest in sectors that you are already exposed to, and then do deep research and build your own hypothesis. In my opinion, I call this the Rania 53, which is robotics. And in robotics, I truly believe end-use robotics, where we are not talking about the Boston Dynamics of the world. We're talking about companies in Cochin, humble beginnings, called Asimov Robotics, that are actually creating a change when it comes to adoption of robotics as a technology to solving actual human problems. They have created the first robotic nurse in our country. They have created the first robotic PCD in our country, which is the Patient Care Department and Executive. So the idea is that they're actually solving a problem. Because of COVID, the people realized talking to humans is a waste of time. Created a robot, which is a 5-foot robot, or goes to you, talks to you about things, and actually gives you your answers for your problem. So that was one in robotics. The second one, obviously artificial intelligence is a beautiful word, but in AI, if you talk particularly about AI, I believe consolidation of data and leveraging blockchain in industries that are conventional, like real estate, like healthcare. Today, the best use case is we are getting almost close to 1 million X-rays every day in our country. If someone is able to decipher all that knowledge and convert that into consumable data and the worst part of humankind is we have been so commercialized that we have not focused on medical research. Just because of a virus, which is such a tiny part, cancer se to chalo samajh mein bhi aata hai. Virus ki wajah se the whole world has been locked down. That shows our vulnerability to health catastrophes. So getting more and more research done, leveraging AI, especially in healthcare, nanotechnology is something which I truly believe can actually solve for a lot of pain in the world. I believe, so this is, and I believe in Internet of Things. I believe in the fact that sensors and hardware would become so cheap that tracking non-living things will really add strong value and will stop the destruction of supply and demand both. Apart from that, I believe in the electric vehicle infrastructure, because of the entire module becoming cheaper and cheaper, adoption would now increase, especially in countries where sun is very kind, like India, Vietnam, Malaysia, Singapore, and the countries of the equator. Apart from this, I believe anything related. So the fundamental thesis is as simple as the following: anything which elevates human time consumption, which actually makes sure that the time of humans is saved. So something like the idea of work from home, people are actually thinking of doing it permanently. Yep. The reason is they realize that this is efficient. Anything that you do, if it is technology doesn't sell. मेरे को आज भी सिर्फ ना coding आती है ना कुछ आती है. I don't understand how a website is also built. But I realized one thing, that you don't need to know that. The question is, do you know how can you help your customer achieve what he wants to achieve? And for doing that, you charge him something which he feels ke to wow pricing hai. If you do that, you will be absolutely fine.
Wow.
And when it comes to the names, definitely Vijay sir is someone I look up to. He's created something phenomenal. Ritesh is someone, and I've had the privilege of working with him. Amazing entrepreneur. I'm not very familiar with other entrepreneurs, but these two are someone that I've really worked with.
And if you were to, can you take some names outside the world of startups, entrepreneurship, people you idolize?
I am a big fan of Barack Obama. I think every human. So there are some fundamental skills, irrespective of whether you are into entrepreneurship, corporate, XYZ employee, politician. Public speaking is something that everyone should learn, irrespective, and it doesn't matter. जब मैं छोटा था तो मैं तोतला था. I could not speak well. I was extremely introvert. But you can conquer anything and everything. The idea is that you should know that these are some basic skills, and public speaking is the most important skill that every entrepreneur, every human being on this planet. Because if you are not able to communicate well, business is never B2B or B2C. It's always P2P, people to people. If you are not able to communicate your ideas, and the second skill which I believe, हमें पढ़ानी नहीं चाहिए history और ये सब. I am so annoyed with the Indian ecosystem of education. मुझे बाबर कब पैदा हुआ या मरा, that is none of my business. They should have taught me what is sales. In my family, becoming a salesman is an abuse. हमारी families जो conservative middle class families होते हैं, उनमें बताया जाता है कि यार तू पागल है, salesman बनेगा. Salesman को गाली दी जाती है. But we don't realize all of us are salesmen.
Absolutely.
Everyone. I'm a salesman. You are a salesman. Even a beggar is a salesman. He's selling. He's trying to sell the emotion of empathy in your head to actually get some money out of you. So I believe that sales is such an important task, and respect salesmen. Like sales से ही तो kitchen चलता है. अगर sales आ गई आपको, and sales का fundamental is product.
Right. So, Ritesh, in this journey as an entrepreneur, has there been any regrets? And if you were to kind of think about those, so any regrets so far?
So, candidly speaking, the finest answer would be obviously no. Everything is fine, but as humans, we are greedy and we are fearful, and because of that, you always have regrets. Because हमें जो मिल जाता है, वो कहते हैं जो मिल जाता है वो हमें मिट्टी लगता है, और जो नहीं मिलता वो सोना लगता है. तो philosophically speaking, the best way to actually deal with that emotion is that जो मिल जाए उसको सोना समझो, और जो ना मिले उसको रद्द कर दो. So I believe that is extremely important. That being said, there have been a lot of regrets. Regrets, namely, for example, a simple regret. I had an opportunity to invest in an academy, which was at the seed round. उस time पे पैसा नहीं था तो नहीं डाला. But I believe it doesn't matter. By the end of the day, obviously you have the regret of not being a part of the journey, but because I'm still very close to Roman and Gaurav as they've built the business. So that is something. But definitely, if I would say that I do not have any regrets, it would not be a very honest answer. Apart from that, on a daily basis, you have a lot of regrets, because as entrepreneurs, we make a lot of decisions, and not all your decisions are correct. You just need to have 20% of your decisions extremely correct. So I believe that I have made my share of a lot of negative decisions for myself, for which I have faced consequences. But I think it's better to take action than being complacent and not taking action.
Okay. So there's this another question. In fact, a lot of entrepreneurs have something like that in mind. When is the right time to seek investment, maybe an angel round? Like I've personally, there have been times when I've been scared of picking up investments because I always thought that investors would probably control me. And for me, entrepreneurship was not about making something very big. It was about freedom. Okay, so for me, it's always been having that freedom to do what you love doing, and for me, getting investors was always about losing that freedom, right? So probably freedom was more important than doing something very big, right? So what do you think? What's the right time, and should people seek investments or bootstrap? What's your view?
So my thought process is I'm also a bit more like you, because we've never raised a lot of capital at Innovate, and I completely agree with the thought process that as entrepreneurs we want to be as free as possible. And if you talk about the ecosystem today, freedom is the last thing that people care about, and no one's free. Strings are attached with each and every penny that is invested in your business. So
Sure.
I think it's a personal call. It's something that entrepreneurs need to decide for themselves. But I think the fundamental answer to when you should raise capital is as follows. You should raise capital once you have a strong product ready, because taking capital for building a product is something which I don't know. I tend to be away from companies who don't even have a product. It's a kharab product ho. Usually in 95% of the industries, I cannot say about rocket sciences and all, but 95% of the software business, you just need a week to actually prepare the product. So I think build the product first, because execution of product will really give confidence to your investors that this can really become something big.
Right. Wow. So, Ritesh, given the Indian ecosystem right now, where the COVID is there, Chinese capital is restricted, how do you see the entire ecosystem shaping up vis-a-vis other countries? There's been a lot of growth, specifically after the Startup India movement started January 16, 2016. But then, are we there yet? And if you were to kind of change certain things about the Indian startup ecosystem, what would those be?
I think the first one would be that we need to celebrate failures. Abhi Bina, we are not celebrating failures because people don't realize failures are nothing but a product of timing. I've been part of companies where 2 months here and there were literally $1 billion exit or a failure. So I've realized that failure is a very loosely used word. Failure is something that we need to. So in 2019, the best thing that happened for India was that Chandrayaan failed just 35 to 40 kilometers above the surface of moon. That is, for the first time, 136 crore people of the country held each other's hands and said that good that we tried. We need to fail as much as possible. Jitna ho sake, we need to fail, because failure is literally, success is failure turned inside out. So building success is extremely, if you want to become lucky, start failing, start taking action. In India, we don't have a bias for action, which is called the BFA. We have complacency, we have fear of failure, we are actually paranoid, and dunya kya kahegi is something which is so injecting in minds of entrepreneurs that you can't even imagine. First of all, and this is all mindset. Entrepreneurship is not bank balances, it's not products, it's basically your mind. So the first thing that you need to train yourself is, you and only you came into this world alone, and you are going. I'm a big fan of Mahabharata, but वो कहता है आप इस दुनिया में अकेले आए हो, अकेले जाओगे. You are, and people think that बाकी लोग क्या सोचेंगे. this is the beauty of the entire world, that out of 100 people, when an event happens to you, 90 people don't care. 9 people are happy that this happened to you, and only 1 person, and that too usually would be your extended family or family, would be actually concerned. So I realized that it doesn't matter. Public memory is so short, and a lot of times journalists will be writing good, bad things about you. They will be presenting half-cooked facts for you, and the only thing that you are responsible. मेरे को आज एक ट्विटर विजय भैया का बहुत अच्छा लगा, कहते हैं कि people will do what they do. It's just that you cannot have an effect of their actions on your life. You completely, and in India we have a lot of noise, you completely focus yourselves, your energies into just working for yourself. You are your paymaster. So jab tak aap puri shiddat se, you will not burn yourself and create something and fail, you will not be able to create large businesses. And for that, I think our government still, though I'm a big fan of the government, this is at least much better than the earlier ones, but still has not focused on the startup India. It has still been a propaganda. It has still yet to see the impact on the grassroots level. जिस दिन कानपुर का लड़का जिसने IIT से नहीं पढ़ा हुआ, जिसका +1 फेल हो गया था, जिस दिन वो यूनिकॉर्न बनाएगा, यूनिकॉर्न नहीं, जिस दिन वो एक बड़ी कंपनी बनाएगा, वो यूनिकॉर्न इज आल्सो अ फ्लॉट सब्जेक्ट, वो दिन स्टार्टअप इंडिया सक्सेसफुल होगा. मेरे लिए, मैंने अपनी मेडिसिन एक बहुत छोटे से गांव से किया, तमिलनाडु से. मेरे लिए that from coming from that village, coming to the ecosystem as an outsider who has no legacy inside the ecosystem of business, and then creating something by at least thousands of failures is, and chahe the kind of capital that I've made is minuscule in terms of the large ecosystem which India has, but that is something which is extremely for me, that is the day when Startup India actually becomes a really valuable part, and is not just a privileged ecosystem.
Wow. So Ritesh, those who are watching us live on our website are sending some questions. Before we kind of move to the next panel, I'll just take up 1 or 2 questions from the questions that we've got. So a user called Sham Soni is texted, how to keep ourselves away from pandemic and grow business when my retail business has been impacted. So basically what he means is a brick and mortar business is something that is shut now, right? And what do such entrepreneurs do?
So in my opinion, I think these are very difficult times. That being said, these are also the best times for you. As such, there will be no retail business in the future. It will be all a hybrid tech retail model. This is the time first you start doing research on what is a hybrid retail tech business. How do you become relevant in the future? How do you avoid the disruption of which is happening in the retail industry in the world? India's the so-called crown of retail is in shambles right now, called the Future Group. How do you do your research on what you can learn a lot from the history of these companies? B, I would suggest learn a lot of new technologies that the world of technology is provided for the retail industry. For example, there's a portfolio company of mine called SectorCube that has actually entered into the software business of controlling the retail experience in COVID, making sure how many people can enter, how much time they can enter for, what they can buy, and what they can touch and what they cannot touch. There are thousands of those products available in the market. Spend time on Google, learn and take a lot of time on actually solving for that problem. The problem is, and please pardon my innocence for being as direct as this. The problem is that people don't spend enough time on the problems. Take a blank sheet of paper and start writing down your problems. All the answers will be here. The problem is people don't spend time with themselves. Spend 2 hours a day away from your phone, away from every distraction of this world, and start writing the problems that you have. And use Google as a friend. Trust me, I'm now 31. I'm an old man, but still in the past 10 years, there's nothing in this entire mind that Google could not answer. So I think spend a lot of time there.
Those are wonderful thoughts, Ritesh. And before we move to the next session, just some parting thoughts, some words of wisdom for people who are watching. The entire country loves you as an entrepreneur, as someone who's done that, and someone who's supporting as an angel investor. So some parting thoughts, and at the same time, if people want to reach out to you with their ideas, what's the best way?
So one parting thought that I always tell people is take action. Have a bias for action. Sahi, galat, Brahma bhi nahi janta. No one knows where you will go. But I'm sure of one thing, that if you are, कहता अगर आपको मूवी देखने जाना है तो टिकट तो लेनी पड़ेगी ना. यू नीड टू, बाद में पता चलेगा मूवी ठीक थी गलत थी, आप रिव्यूज देख सकते हो, यू कैन डू अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, बट until and unless you take the ticket and yourself experience it. So the first thing is bias for action. I think this is the most beautiful thing. They say that कर्माने वादिकार रस्ते माफलेशु कदाचन. जब तक action नहीं लोगे ना, तब तक तो सब धरा का धरा. If you take action, magic will happen. Sustained action over a period of time produces results. And the second one is that for reaching out, I'm at info@drriteshmalik.com.
Wow. So Ritesh, like I've always said, there are only few entrepreneurs in the country that I relate to so much, and you are one of them. And
Thank you, sir.
The most approachable and the most humble human beings that I've ever known, right? And
thank you very much for the kind words.
The entire country feels so. So again, a heartfelt thanks from my side for taking out the time for the viewers who are watching us on Business World channels, our website, and other media partners. Thanks from all of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind words, sir.
Thank you, Ritesh. This was a penultimate session, and this was wonderful. It was such an amazing, such a candid conversation. And I can bet this was very, very inspiring for everybody who was out there. I could not believe that you said that as a kid, you could not speak very fluently. You were such an amazing and prolific speaker. One of the best speakers in the last 3 days.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, so we have Vivek Wadhwa. I think Vivek Wadhwa just dropped out. He has joined in. Vivek, I welcome you. I welcome you on behalf of Indian startup community. Thank you for making it on Sunday early morning. And in fact, this is one of our last session. From last 3 days, we have been having a marathon of startup talks. We have speakers from 10 different time zones. And we have kept your conversation in the last, so that we wanted all our viewers to have a very insightful, technological, very futuristic point of view. And to all the viewers viewing us from different streaming channels, we have Vivek Wadhwa to give a finale to our sessions for these 3 days. And I know for people watching in India, it's dinner time, but this is for sure going to be super amazing. People who have been following Vivek on Twitter and another platform, he is somebody who talks a lot about future technology. He is an academician, he is a columnist, he wears so many hats, he's a professor, and he's everything you can think about as an entrepreneur. Over to Vivek and Pranav.
Thank you, Saurabh.
Thanks a lot, Vivek. It's really wonderful to kind of have someone like you speak to so many of us people who are watching us live on different media channels and our partners. we started this series of sessions with Sir Martin, and we are ending this entire startup summit with you. And why we are ending this entire series with you is because of whatever we have read from your side, you've always been someone who's had visions about the future, visions that probably are so difficult for others to have. It's like when we walk away from this startup summit here today, we would know what the future would be like, right? So we wanted to end on that note. A really warm welcome from my side, and it's really a privilege to get into a conversation with you.
Thank you, Pranav. Let me start with a very simple message for the entrepreneurs watching this. There was a time when all the advanced technologies came from the West, that you needed lots of money, you needed big research labs, you needed industrial computers to be able to do anything. Now technology is democratized. The poorest of the poor now are carrying very sophisticated supercomputers in their hands in India. They're communicating just like we are on WhatsApp. They're using video. They're using the most advanced technologies possible. So the fact is that technology is democratized. Everyone has access to it now. Entrepreneurs in India now have the ability and have the responsibility of saving the world. Now, Silicon Valley, where I live, I'm in literally in the heart of Silicon Valley, thinks that it's still God. I mean, you've had some Silicon Valley VCs online. I think that they're completely out of touch with reality, that they're trying to, show up in India and preach as if they're gods. These people have no idea what they're talking about. Most of them, got to where they are by sheer luck. They happened to be at the right place at the right time. They had connections. They had lots of money, and they basically hated big, and then they started believing their own press. So forget about that. The opportunity right now is for Indian entrepreneurs to do what no one else can do, to solve real world problems. India has 1 billion people, 1 billion problems. Probably it has 1 trillion problems. But the fact is that you can start solving them. And if you solve them, you'll benefit the whole world. So this is why it's important for you to be sure of yourselves and realize that you have no disadvantage anymore. There's nothing stopping you from making a global impact, and the world needs you to do it.
Right. So Vivek, being an academician, you've always talked about the difference between how education is there in US and how engineering colleges have been there in India. And do you see a change over the past few years? Do you think education is there? Any changes that you would want in the Indian system?
Pranav, the education system in both the East and the West is from the 1950s, 1960s. I mean, it's the same techniques we were using 200 years ago. It's lost in the past. So I've been critical about Indian engineering education, but I'm also critical about American engineering education. It's also stuck in the past. So forget it. I mean, forget the school. I mean, you need a basic degree. You need a bachelor's degree because you build a lot of other skills when you go to school. You build social skills. You build the ability to learn. You know where to look for knowledge and so on. All the knowledge that you need now is available on the web. So much so, thanks to the pandemic, there's one good thing that came from the pandemic is the fact that we are now connected online. We're all now able to access the same knowledge and be at the same level everywhere in the world. All the knowledge you need is available to you on the internet. You can get access to, research on almost any subject. You can get access to the most advanced sciences, scientists, technologists anywhere and everywhere in the world. And the playing field has become level. So forget about the engineering education systems because they're stuck in the past. And now what's going to happen is that this has been a big shock to the system in India and the USA, in that universities now suddenly are on their knees and they don't know what to do. Harvard is looking at $1 billion loss. I mean, even Carnegie Mellon is going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars. And these, administrators don't know what to do because they built empires. They built a system which defends the way they did things. And suddenly everything has changed. So forget about all of that. The message for all of you is that anything and everything you want to learn is available to you on the web. Even in India, I've been critical about Indian education system. I've spent some time recently with AICTE.
Right.
Professor Shub, I can't even pronounce his last name. I'm sorry about that. But the chairman of the AICTE, and he shared with me the new AICTE website where they have put hundreds of lectures online.
Yeah.
You can get the most advanced engineering education system on the AICTE website now. I told him that, look, I want to donate to this as well, and I'm going to donate my entire curriculum. I teach the most advanced engineering science course in the world at Carnegie Mellon. So what I've been teaching is about exponential technologies, convergence, industry disruptions. It's literally the most advanced course of its kind in the world. I developed part of it at Singularity University, and then Stanford, and then also at Harvard. I've been doing a lot of research on this. This I'm donating to India. And it may well, my original intent was to come and teach it there myself, but then the pandemic hit. I may donate everything online, and you may have access to the most advanced knowledge online on the AICTE website if the pandemic doesn't fix itself soon. And this is the only way of doing it. But the fact is that everything you want now is available to you, and there's no excuse for you not to learn and not to change the world.
That's so awesome to hear, Vivek, and thanks for actually thinking about how things would change here in India and contributing to how things are. In fact, there's been a discussion where you've always, I'm kind of picking up a different topic here. You've talked about older entrepreneurs not being supported as much by VCs, and you've always put forward a case for them. So just wanted to listen to your views on that.
Yeah, the idiotic venture capitalists in Silicon Valley, and I say idiotic respectfully, I would be more blunt if it wasn't being recorded. They still think that it's the young white kids like Mark Zuckerberg, the geeks and the nerds, that are worthy of investment, so they'll give them money. And now also they think Indians are smart, so they'll give Indians a little bit of money, still with their racial biases. The fact is that the vast majority of venture capital investments fail. If they get 1 out of 10 right, they consider it to be a big deal, and they start patting themselves on the back for that.
Right.
So the VC is out of touch. It is the experienced entrepreneurs who know how to manage, who know how to build, who have the networks, who have the resources to make things happen. It's the young that come up with the crazy ideas. So the way to build a startup is to get some old people who are experienced working with you, and get some young entrepreneurs involved. Let them battle each other, but let the young ideas win and the old execution be the way things are done. That is how innovation works. It's not young or old. And don't go by the venture capital system. Don't go by who gets funding. It doesn't matter. These people don't know what they're doing. They're thoroughly incompetent and arrogant. Ignore them. Listen to your hearts and believe in your own vision.
Wow. So, in fact, that is something that I'm wondering right now, but then I am sure a lot of us watching live also have similar thoughts in their mind. What we are perplexed about is how come Vivek can think of the future as if it's right in front of his eyes, right? It's like you can visualize the future like a lot of people can't, right? So is there a pattern of thinking that we can develop over time to kind of see what you can see while we cannot?
I have no special skills. Most of the people watching this are probably much smarter than I am. If we ever did an IQ test, I'm sure you'd trump me in all of that. But the fact is, and I didn't mean Trump in terms of his IQ test, yeah. But the fact is that what I do is that I look at patterns. Essentially, when it comes to they go back to some of the principles that Ray Kurzweil taught the world about singularity and exponential technologies. Now, I don't believe in the singularity. I think that that's all hype and nonsense. But exponential advances of technologies, that I understand. Because if you look at the way computing has been advancing, our computers have been getting faster, smaller, and cheaper for the last 100 years. Everything that computing touches is also on that path. So you can look at field after field after field.
We've been talking
and you can
about
start looking forward to what to invent or what's going to happen next. For example, video conferencing. Look at the quality of what we have right now. Yeah. It's pretty darn good, and everyone can use it. Today, virtual reality is where video conferencing was 4 or 5 years ago. It's pathetic, right? It's cumbersome. The headsets are big. It's expensive. But if you start thinking exponentially the way I do, you begin to realize that the next 2 or 3 years, virtual reality headsets will become smaller, faster, cheaper. And within 5 years or so, we'll have glasses like this, light headsets that turn dark and take us into virtual reality worlds. We'll be doing these conferences in virtual reality modes. We may do it on Mars or in Tahiti, or let's go to Hawaii and do a conference over there. So if you know that this type of technology is going to be advancing, then you can start thinking differently. Artificial intelligence is also on this exponential path. So today it's cumbersome. As Ritesh was saying that he doesn't understand it. He's right. Most people, who are hyping it have no idea what they're talking about. All of these Indian IT companies that talk about, blockchains and AI, complete nonsense. They have no idea what they're talking about. Okay, they're hyping stuff that they have no idea about. The fact is, today's technology is still pathetic and cumbersome, but that doesn't mean that's not going to be how it is, in the future. In the future, it's going to become more and more powerful, easier to use. So if you know that over the next 2 or 3 or 4 years, artificial intelligence and virtual reality are both going to advance, then you begin to realize that, hey, rather than developing today's technologies, if I'm developing a new education system, maybe I should do it in virtual reality. Maybe I should teach a child how to build, how to do mathematics by building pyramids, or going back to ancient India, which invented the most exponentials, and a lot of these algebra, a lot of these technologies come from India, by the way. So, right now, India has been given an inferiority complex that, that people believe that Indians can't innovate or Indians can't lead the world. That's again, idiotic thinking. India invented a lot of these technologies. So getting back to virtual reality, what if we took our kids back to ancient India when our mathematicians were developing these concepts, and they worked with them to develop some new algorithms or some new methods of solving puzzles? So that is a new method of teaching. Today, it's not practical because AI headsets are expensive, and the technologies are very weak. But if you think exponentially, you can now start predicting what's going to happen, and you can own the future. There's no special power I have here. I'm just putting one and one together and looking at it more objectively, and not being encumbered by the past, or not being encumbered by the thoughts that people who think that they're gods are telling us to think.
Right. So, has there been a change in what your views of the future were before COVID? Have we kind of progressed with respect to where we had to reach 10 years hence? Are we kind of on a path where we'll reach there in 2-3 years from now? What has your view on the future changed post COVID?
No, actually, it's exactly. This pandemic was unexpected, but even in my book, Driving the Driverless Car, I mentioned the fact that we could have pandemics, and we now have to have the ability to solve the pandemics as well. The pandemic just accelerated things. 6 months ago, if you talked about exponentials, people would have no idea what we're talking about. So when I used to give my lectures, if you go and watch some of my videos on YouTube, I start off by teaching what exponentials are. I give illustrations of robots or self-driving cars or other technologies. I show what exponentials mean. And then I get into the rest of the lecture. Well, now everyone understands exponentials. You have the rickshaw drivers now talking about exponential spread of the viruses, right? You have your grandparents talking about exponentials and flattening curves. So now, thanks to the pandemic, everyone understands what exponentials are. This is how technology is advancing. A lot of things moved forward. The video conferencing, interactive learning moved forward. Solving problems moved forward. So a lot of things got accelerated because of the pandemic, but it's all predictable. I want all of you to read my book, Driving the Driverless Car. There's an Indian edition available, and I'm also going to be making that available to engineering students on AICTE. I'm going to price it at 40-50 rupees just to give it away. But the fact is, most of you can afford, I think, a couple of hundred rupees that you can buy the book for. Read it, because it gives you a view of the core technologies and what they're making possible. All of these things I talk about, I've illustrated in that. I also have explained exponentials and how they apply to technology. Driving the Driverless Car. Read that book, and you'll understand what I'm talking about.
Right. So when you talk about technology, you talk about two sides to it, right? You talk about the Mad Max side, and you talk about how it could probably bring in a lot of amazing things for the future, right? So how do we kind of walk that balance so that it doesn't kind of overtake our happiness, and maybe a few thoughts from your book on your
Pranav, the reason why I
happiness.
wrote Driving the Driverless Car was because I began to realize that we're in serious trouble, that the companies that were supposed to be doing good for the world, Silicon Valley that claimed to be doing good for the world, was doing evil. Facebook has turned into an evil monster now, okay? All Zuckerberg cares about is making money. He's like a dictator who's taken over the company and is doing evil, and even his employees are fighting him. So I began to see that trend, and I began to see it with every technology. I mean, this pandemic probably wasn't engineered by China. China probably created this virus by mistake. It was probably likely a runaway lab experiment. We don't know anything for a fact right now. But the fact is that the next pandemic could be engineered by human beings. So with every technology, I see good and I see evil. And the reason why I'm spending the time with all of you right now is because you are more likely to listen to me than the white guys over here, the spoiled brats over here, who are being funded by Silicon Valley, who all they care about is making money, 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 money. You live next to poverty. I mean, most of you are well off, but you live right next to poverty. You see the despair, the suffering. Okay, you were brought up in families that have very high values, social values, moral values, who care about our religion, whether it be Hinduism, Islam, or Sikhism, or Christianity, whatever. The fundamental principle in this is we believe in doing good for the world, right? And you're closer to this than most people in the world are. This is why we need you to be using these technologies to do good for the world rather than evil, because every technology can do good and it can do evil. So we need to use it to solve real problems.
Right. So there's a lot of, this feed is going to a lot of students also who are aspiring entrepreneurs. But then at the same time, while they are aspiring entrepreneurs, they might just be looking for jobs which are difficult to get during these times. If you would kind of advise them on skilling themselves, what areas can they kind of study on? And there's been a discussion where you've mentioned how you would learn more in the Mountain View versus the Wall Street, and this debate between Goldman versus Google, right? So what's your view and advice to all the engineering talent coming out of colleges?
Pranav, I've got some bad news for everyone. The things are going to get worse before they get better. The economy, Indian economy, the American economy, the global economy is going to be in miserable shape, at least for the next 1 or 2 years, because we're underestimating the damage that's been done by the virus. So these kids are going to have a very hard time getting a job. So be prepared for it. So what I suggest you do instead is build your skills. Learn how to build apps. Learn how to build AI systems. Learn how to build sensor-based technologies. Learn how to build, use sensors to solve the problems of agriculture. And another advice to you, learn by copying. Steal technologies the way China did. Go and look at the most successful apps in China and Silicon Valley and build them yourself. I mean, I wrote an article for Hindustan Times about what Mukesh, how Mukesh Ambani and GeoMeet were brilliant. I wish you folks were using GeoMeet instead of this Chinese spyware, which is called Zoom, right? But the fact is that copy it. That's what they did so brilliantly. There's no shame in copying. Silicon Valley copies. Steve Jobs copied everything. The entire Apple technology, every aspect of Apple is copied from somewhere else. In fact, before his lawyers told him to shut up, he was giving lectures on how great artists copy, how good artists copy, great artists steal. Okay, so copy. I mean, so while you have time off, find the top 5 apps in China, in Thailand, in Malaysia, in Silicon Valley, in wherever you might see them, and build them yourself. Try taking all the data that you have there and using some of these new AI technologies that are becoming freely available. Everyone in the world has access to the same advanced AI technologies, and try building some systems that use the data and do something. Get some sensors. You can go on Alibaba and probably, or whatever the Indian equivalent is, and buy sensors that can detect heat, moisture, light, gravity, God knows what, all these advanced sensors. They cost practically nothing. Come up with different uses for them. Build smart cities. Take your neighborhood and start putting some cameras, start doing some AI-based analysis on it, and build smart cities. Do all of these interesting things while you're home looking for a job. I'll tell you, Tech Mahindra and Infosys probably won't hire you for another year or two. So you're going to be unemployed. So use your time constructively. Join a startup. Volunteer. If these startups can't afford to pay you, volunteer your time. Anything is better than being home unemployed. contact their CEOs. You just had Ritesh, offer you his email address.
Yep.
If you wrote to him 10 or 15 times saying, look, here are my skills. I want to work for you for free. I can work remotely and I'll volunteer my skills to you. Give me any job and I'll be glad to do it for you. After about 10 emails, he'll get the message that you're determined and that you really want to, do a job, and you'll get a few months of very valuable experience. And therefore, when the economy opens up, on your resume, you have the fact that you worked for Innovate and you did these amazing things. Immediately, you'll be the first person that gets hired when the jobs open up. So be creative. Just expect the fact that you're going to be unemployed. Fortunately for most of you in India, mommy and daddy will look after you, or your chacha and chachi will lend you some money, right? so you can survive while you're home. So just expect this and use your time constructively to do some innovative startups.
Interesting. So while we are having this conversation, there are some questions that are being mentioned on our website. So I'll just pick a few of them as we speak. So there's this question by Sundar Rai. He says, sir, what's your take on Tesla and SpaceX?
I'm biased over here. Even though Elon Musk is saying dumb things, Elon is a friend. And I think the world of him. I think he's the most amazing entrepreneur in the world. Now, he consumes drugs every now and then. So when he sees crazy tweets, very likely he got high and said something stupid. Leave that aside, okay? I don't respect him, and I've basically advised him to get off Twitter. But I think Elon is the greatest scientist, the greatest innovator in modern times. If he didn't have a Twitter account, and if he didn't say dumb things, he would be a hero. He would be the Tony Stark, the Iron Man, whatever, of today.
Yeah.
So, because not only is Elon solving the problems of self-driving cars and electric vehicles, but he's also now innovating in solar. He's taking us to Mars. He's taking us into new worlds. He's digging tunnels. I mean, it's amazing all the things that Elon is doing.
Right. So this is another question by Rahul Wadhwa. He asks, sir, because you've been predicting future and talking about changes in the world, what kind of startup ideas can we work on from an Indian context perspective?
Rahul, copy and steal. Again, what I said earlier on about finding the most successful, go and read up on what's happening in Israel, for example. Israel is doing some incredible things. Israel is a lot like India, where you have people who understand the problems of the world, who solve real problems. Look at some of the technologies they're building and duplicate them. Don't try to come up with ideas yourself, copy ideas to start with. And then after you've copied, you start innovating. You start now adding features to it. You start localizing, you start adapting. So that's the easiest way of getting started, is by seeing what is working somewhere else in the world and then adapting it to India.
Right. So Vivek, you've been critical of Peter Thiel's dropout program, and you've always stressed the importance of education. So people who want to kind of drop out to do their startup, what would you want to say to them?
No, finish your education, because you see what happens when you take Mark Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg dropped out and he was hailed as a hero, but Zuckerberg doesn't have a soul right now. I mean, he's literally doesn't have, and Zuckerberg's problem isn't that he's evil. It's just that he never finished what he started, and he didn't develop the social skills. He didn't understand the suffering of the world. He didn't understand what it means to face failure, because even in school, we face failure all the time. We fail an exam, or we get rejected by a boy or a girl that we were infatuated with, or our friends turn on us. All these things happen. This is life, okay? So what school forces you to do, what your bachelor's degree forces you to do, is to go through the process of completing something, and you develop this very important social skills. Now, the Indian education system, as well as the Western education system, they're all stuck in the past. It doesn't matter. Education is more than about ratifying what was in your books. It's about developing character and knowing what you need to learn. So finish your bachelor's degree. If you don't do a master's degree, I won't complain. PhDs, I don't believe in at all, because they're a waste of time. But finish that bachelor's degree and then join a startup. Again, the easiest thing is either you copy something and you do it yourself, or you contact some of these startups and offer to work for free for a few months until you've proven yourself, and then you can ask them for a salary.
Right. So Vivek, you've been behind Startup Chile, and you've been instrumental in guiding them on the program and how they should kind of build the ecosystem that they have built today. So if you were to kind of talk about what we can do here in India, there have been programs under the Invest India Foundation, under the government of India, but then do you see we are there yet? And what, if not, what is it that we can do to kind of build the ecosystem?
You know, when it comes to India, it's actually surprisingly, it's doing a lot of the right things. I've become a big fan of Amitabh Kant, who is the CEO of Niti Aayog. Okay, I was very critical about these people to start with because it's a government institute. But the more I see about what they're doing, the more impressed I am. A lot of the initiatives that they've launched make a lot of sense to me. Now, the latest move that the government did to ban the Chinese apps, that's a stroke of brilliance. Wow. Because this is how the Chinese ecosystem was built, that they locked out the West. They banned Facebook. Even when Uber came there, they tripped them up every way they could. And they built a very powerful local ecosystem. I'd love to see India ban the rest of the Chinese apps and then to partially lock Silicon Valley out. You can't lock Google out because we're dependent on it. WhatsApp also has become a necessity now in India. Fine, let them succeed, but lock everything else out. Put every hurdle you can on technologies and let the locals copy and steal and innovate from there. That's all India has to do right now. And because the opportunities are there, the capital is there, the brilliant people over there, and the need is there. So India doesn't have to do anything dramatic like Startup Chile. I can tell you long stories about Startup Chile. India doesn't need to do that anymore. It has everything it needs. It just has to empower its entrepreneurs to change the world.
Wow, right. So Vivek, you've been an entrepreneur, and we've read that post a heart attack, you kind of moved more towards academics. Do you think you still want to kind of, as in, how has that been for you? What kind of a transformation happened? Was it more what kind of a change? Was it a move which was well planned, do you really enjoy yourself as an academician, or you would rather be an entrepreneur?
Pranav, life is making its own plans. I started off as an IT guy. I mean, a lot of people over here are programmers, low-level programmers. That's how I started my career. I just worked my way up, and then accidentally became an entrepreneur. And then accidentally became a very successful entrepreneur, took a company public, and then had a massive heart attack and said, oh, I can't do this anymore. I had to become an academic. And I fought in academia as well, because academia fights you. I mean, I don't have a PhD. I'm just a mere model MBA. And yet I ended up at 6 universities, including Harvard, Stanford, Berkeley. I don't even remember all the universities, Emory and Duke. I mean, so I ended up at all these universities at the same time because I had to fight the system and rebuild myself. And life to me has been about facing lots and lots of losses and failures and then reinventing. That's the way it goes. And I didn't plan any of this. I had no idea I would be, where I am, doing what I'm doing. And most recently, I lost my wife, and that was complete devastation for me. So for a year, I basically cut myself off from the world. And I didn't know what to do. Now I'm gradually getting back into it. And what comes next, I have no idea. I'm going to go wherever life takes me. But the guiding principles in my life now are that I have to give back to the world. I have to give to the world. I have to take more than I have to give more to the world than I take from it. I have to do all I can to help uplift others. And that's the only reward there is to make other people happy. So that's my guiding principle. Where life takes me, I have no idea. I don't know what else to say.
Sorry to hear that, Vivek. And it's so amazing that you're kind of doing your bit. And I think someone like you sharing your views with people here in India means so much for everybody here. Because we've been looking up to your ideas, your views about the future, and so much more. If I were to kind of just ask you, you were kind of pushing forward the case for women in tech, and then at a particular point in time, you kind of moved a little back, right? So with respect to how things are in India, with respect to participation of women in business, what are your views? Do we have the inclusion that we ideally
No,
should.
India is screwed up. I've been attacking Silicon Valley because I live here and I deal with the boys club over here, but India is even worse than Silicon Valley. I mean, India's women engineers and entrepreneurs are smarter than the men are. I hate to say, you guys, I mean, you're a bunch of idiots compared to the women who are this. They are a lot more sensible than you are. They really get it. So if I had to invest, I'd invest in women. But the fact is they're left out. It's the same stereotypes that they deal with over there. And it's worse in India because, you know, as they're brought up, they're told that the women have to be in the housewives where the men have to do this. Forget about all that. We're now moving to a future in which women are going to own the world. So we need to encourage women to lead and to, you know, to do more. You know, I'll share an anecdote with you. One of the few companies that I'm advising is a company called HealthCube. It's a New Delhi-based company. Ramanan Lakshminarayan, who is the CEO. He's been struggling with the company. I helped him turn it around, but his latest team is almost all women. And now the company is on the path to exponential success. What Ramanan says is that I wish I had fired all my men and hired all women earlier because we wouldn't have needed your help. No, those aren't his words, but that's more or less what he's saying. So the women are going to rule the world. Every CEO should let the women now lead the path and promote them to more senior positions and let them now, you know, guide them into the future.
Okay. So some say that before Facebook and Google decided to invest in Jio, a lot of people across the world didn't even know what Jio is, right? So do you think recent changes and a focus towards India has kind of reignited that fire and people are looking towards India during these times?
Jio would have succeeded even without Facebook and Google. You got to realize that these companies aren't doing it, you know, because they care about India. They're doing it because they see a lot of money to be made there. They're ruthless capitalists, right? So let's not think that there's anything good about Zuckerberg or even Sundar Pichai. These people are seeing it because that's where the opportunity is. What you have to realize right now is that when you have these companies coming to India, putting, you know, literally tens of billions of dollars into the Indian ecosystem, they figured out what Indians haven't figured out. They figured out that the largest single market right now, the largest opportunities are in India. They aren't in the West anymore. The West is saturated with technology. And again, Silicon Valley has a problem with idiotic venture capitalists who are out of touch with reality. India doesn't have that problem. And the fact is that you don't need venture capitalists anymore. You can bootstrap startups quite easily. So the next billion-dollar businesses are going to be in India. And there are many, many, many opportunities. The world-changing technologies are going to come out of India. So the fact that you now have Western companies flocking to India means that you should realize that forget about looking for Western markets. I mean, forget about looking for what product can you build for Silicon Valley. Forget it. Build for India because that's where the opportunity is.
So a user, Itika Sarkar, her question is, sir, just want to know how to handle adversity and doubt. Maybe that's in context of starting up something or something else.
I mean, there's always doubt. There's always adversity. I mean, there are always problems. I mean, I tell you, if you know, people think I'm successful, they put me on a pedestal and saying, "Oh my God, look at that! You're at Harvard. You're this and that," and you know, they have no idea all of the problems I've faced. I mean, all of the down, all of the difficult periods of time I've gone through in my life, all the failures and so on. This is how it is for everyone. Elon Musk, I mean, I know Elon, I spent time with him. He's been through so many failures in his life. He was on the verge of bankruptcy many times. He messed up. He's messing up even now, over and over again. This is how it goes. You only read about the success stories. Even these Indian people who go up and start pounding their chests, you only read about the success stories. Behind the successes are many, many failures. There are many, nights that you don't sleep at night. You worry about how you're going to make payroll. You worry about all the difficulties you have. This is how it is for everyone. No one is better than you are. No one. It just happens that some people get lucky at the right place at the right time. But if you persevere, hopefully you'll get lucky also.
Wow. So, Vivek, we are kind of reaching the closing of the Startup Summit. Before we do that, parting thoughts from your side, because this is where we'll end the Startup Summit. A message from your side to all those who are listening to us.
Message, I'm going to repeat what I said early on, that the greatest opportunities are in India right now. You have 1 billion problems to solve, 1 billion people to solve them. You can lead the world in innovation. Don't look outside India. You don't need to. You can now build world-changing technologies in India that are going to help everyone everywhere, including solving pandemics, solving every problem humanity has. It can come from India. So you lead the world, and it'll benefit all of us.
Wow, amazing words, Vivek. It's been really amazing to have you. It's like I said.
Thanks for having me on.
It's a privilege to kind of get you here and speak to all of us. Heartfelt thanks, and it was really amazing to have this conversation with you.
Good. Thank you. It was my privilege.
Thank you, Vivek, and thank you, wonderful audience. That was on a very, very high note. Behind success, there are numerous failures from Vivek Wadhwa, and he says that India has billion opportunities. Don't look anywhere else. So these 3 days of Startup Summit, almost every entrepreneur, every single speaker has spoken about so much of positivity, so much of optimism. And here we are signing off with Vivek Wadhwa. And thank you all of you for joining us in 3 days. Startup Summit will come back to you with another edition. Meanwhile, stay connected with us on all our social media platforms, and we'll keep you posted again and again about interactive opportunities. Thank you, Vivek. Have a great Sunday, and thank you for joining in. And thank you, everybody. Enjoy your dinner. Thanks for joining all of us for 3 days. Signing off from Startup Summit team.